江磊，
听得到吗？
能听到？可以听得到。
对吧？这个高度。
可以的。
行，那我这边就，哎，等会儿，糊了。
有点糊，对啊，可以。
嗯，
可以了。高峰什么时候？大概什么时候能到呢？到。
我问他一下。
好的。好。赵龙老师您好。
哎，你好，你好。
你好，可以听到我讲话吗？
可以，可以。
好的。您那边我看一下视频。
稍等啊。
可以的，
吗？
可以的，没问题。
好的，好的。
好，那一会儿见。
好，一会儿见。哎。
薛老师您好，
喂，
薛老师您好，可以听得
哎，
到，
你好，你好，
可以听得到吗？
听到了
啊，
啊，
好好好，
好嘞，好嘞，哎，好，
那个头像您可以开试试看看能不能，我们这边能不
稍
能？
过一会儿吧，我那个什么，我稍微再准备一下
好的好的好的，
啊，应该没
没
问题的，我自己会调啊，好嘞，啊，
好的好，
先这样啊，
一会儿见，
拜拜，嗯。
Professor Holden?
Yes.
Yes. Since I haven't seen Dr. Dora and Professor Rasmus log in our Zoom yet. So if it's their turn to speak, they are still not available. So you can move forward to the next, and let's wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
I'll keep
Let's
you
hope they join
updated.
us. Thank you so much.
Okay.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Hello, Professor Rasmus.
Yes, hello. Can you
Yes,
see
yes.
and hear?
Yes, we can see you now and hear from
Good.
you. Yes, and nice to see you. Nice to see you virtually.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah. You would like to replay your PowerPoints from our ends. Is that right?
Yes, I need to ask you for that because I cannot make my Wi-Fi work.
Okay, no problem. No problem. That we can share your slides from our ends, and then you can let me know that which page you like to move forward. You can tell me about. Is that okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Professor Rasmus?放一分钟。
敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于1分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 1 minute. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
各位来宾，大家早上好！欢迎大家回到2022年海洋合作与治理论坛分会场。现在即将进行的是议题5：极地治理与实践。首先有请线下评论嘉宾同济大学特聘教授刘新华到台上落座，有请。现在有请本议题的主持人加拿大阿尔伯塔大学中国学院名誉院长侯炳东先生主持本议题。Professor Holden, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I think I can speak for all of the people who are tuning in remotely. We would rather, of course, be in lovely Sanya, enjoying your wonderful weather. But reality is that we are able to join from abroad, and let us hope that the technical aspects work quite smoothly. It's a great honor for me to take part again in the Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. And we have a very talented team made up of eminent Chinese and foreign scholars. Without further ado, however, I would like to invite our first participant, Hong Nong, who is in Washington, like myself at this moment, to speak. I just make a little note and reminder to our presenters who have between 10 and 12 minutes for your presentation. I'd ask you to try and stick to that if possible, allowing us to have a full opportunity for guests either in Sanya or remotely to ask questions. Hong Nong, I pass the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Holden, for the very kind introduction. I also like to thank our organizers for inviting me, having me this panel where I have this opportunity to connect and also reconnect a lot of the polar study specialists who I haven't met in person for years. So it's a great privilege. So given the 12 minutes, I think what I'm going to do is just answer one simple question, which is, what is the status quo of Arctic governance at this moment? And if it's defined as uncertainty in Arctic affairs, and then what will be, or what are the factors leading to this uncertainty? So there are two documents I want to refer to. The first one is the most recently published report by the U.S. RAND Corporation and also Swedish Defense Research Agency. The report was titled as China's Strategy and Activities in the Arctic. So this report actually examines the potential implication of Chinese investment and activity in the Arctic. So it's very interesting to know that it points out why China's investment in the North American section of Arctic remains limited. The report says that the world should keep an eye on the relationship between Russia and China, which is actually one as bring uncertainty in the Arctic. And this report raised several recommendations for United States government, one of which is to maintain a governance of Arctic affairs among Arctic Council member states and keep it as a powerful instrument to downplay the role of China's involvement in this region. However, there's another paper I want to raise your attention, which is written by three well-established Canadian scholars. And that paper is titled, very fresh, only published on October the 3rd. It's titled as Why China is Not a Peer Competitor in the Arctic. So basically, the paper argued against existing narratives that describe China as a peer competitor in the Arctic. So the paper actually want to highlight that many of the commentators on Arctic affairs these days have often overstated or over-exaggerated the scale of Chinese investment and also other forms of engagement in the Arctic. So in order to respond to these two documents, first of all, on the paper written by our Canadian three scholars, I think I would certainly agree with the fact that they try to differentiate Chinese presence and also engagement in the North American section of Arctic and also in the European section of Arctic. So it makes a lot of a good argument by using some data to show the differences. So my point is that when China tried to articulate interest in Arctic through its 2018 Arctic Policy White Paper by and emphasize that China's role in the Arctic is actually stakeholders. And then it actually also emphasized the role of cooperation between Arctic states and non-Arctic states, which give a very good opportunity for China to get involved in many of the governance issues in the Arctic. But in short, I think China does not actually see itself as a competitor in the Arctic regions. So there's another report I mentioned earlier by RAND Corporation. I think my argument is that if we read carefully the Russian and China's relations in the Arctic, in the context, particularly in the context of the recent development in this region, arising from the Ukraine conflict. We probably will get to a different, maybe not totally different, but at least a divergent views on these, on what are the factors that causing uncertainty in the Arctic. So China has become a very active participant in Arctic governance through joining international institutions, also promoting many of the bilateral relationships with Arctic states, certainly including Russia in many fields such as shipping, resource development, and scientific research, etc. So two statements. One is in 2019, China and Russia signed this joint statement vowing to strengthen contemporary global strategy, stability, and promotion cooperation between the two countries, including the Arctic region. And then in February this year, the two countries signed another joint statement which outlined plans for deeper cooperation, including the Arctic affairs. So in addition to hydrocarbon projects, China's investment in Russia's Arctic section has also focused on port infrastructure along the Northern Sea route. So, however, despite this Arctic project cooperation that I just mentioned, I think both countries actually may have different long-term goals in this region. The two countries, on the one hand, I think they share common desire in many aspects, but on the other hand, they also have a very complex relationship balancing competition and cooperation, and which means that they actually have mistrust between the two. So their Arctic relationship will continue to be shaped by pragmatism with a focus on mutual economic benefit rather than a strategy pact. So on the one hand, Russia will remain cautious about China's ambitions in the Arctic, but on the other hand, for China, amid the Ukraine crisis, I think China has been trying very careful and trying to maintain its certain degree of non-alignment, which means that, for instance, under the pressure of being widely seen as providing economic lifeline for Russia against a Western sanction, China started to take certain measures, including, for example, some announcement made by China's state banks to limit financial for Russian commodity purchase. And then to answer the question, what actually the current state of Arctic governance? So the so-called uncertainty raised by Ron's report, on the one hand, certainly it deserves a lot of attention and alert, but instead of like exaggerating China's influence in the Arctic, what is truly worth mentioning and also concerning is actually Russia's Arctic strategy, how it's going to develop after the Ukraine conflict. So in July, I want to bring to your attention putting aside a decree detailing a new maritime doctrine, which outlines Russia's key strategy of priority in marine and maritime development with quite a focus on the Arctic. So compare with two very similar documents released, one in 2015, one in 2001, this new maritime doctrine actually reflects position of a more assertive Russia in conflict with neighbor, and particularly with encountering increasing influence from US and also NATO in Arctic governance, which Russia considered as a threat for its access to resources and transportation routes. And this new marine doctrine also comes at a time when Russia actually encountered a lot of difficulties in maintaining its role in the Arctic affairs due to the fact that actually invited a lot of criticism for the Arctic community because its action towards Ukraine. So the diminishing economic activity in Russia's Arctic and also the suspension of many fundings for many institutions, a project which involve Russia, have already invited people to start thinking what measure the Russian government is going to take to solve this problem. So this marine doctrine placed a lot of significant emphasis on the Arctic. It outlined the country's priority in the region and mentioned the Arctic 67 times across 22 pages. So according to this doctrine, Putin described measure of Russia will engage, for instance, in to enhance the Russian navy's warfare capability in the Arctic and also the world's oceans. So this new marine doctrine are like plans, for instance, for naval development, including the building of aircraft carrier and planes for naval or other high level of engagement of civilian ship in military conflict. Although it's not a new phenomena for civilian ship to be given role in national security preparedness as well as military conflict. And Russia also has a long tradition of applying non-military vessels for military purposes. But this new doctrine, actually, what it's more worth mentioning is that it clearly prepared the ground for a more system approach by applying civilian vessels in conflicts, in military conflicts. So another uncertainty I would like to suggest is that the Arctic cooperation, the future of Arctic cooperation, because the Arctic Council 7 states make a statement back in March. They decide not to participate in any of the meeting of Arctic Council because of the chairmanship of Russia this year, and many of them. I will consider it creating a lot of difficulty for scientific cooperation in the Arctic. Arctic Council itself does not directly fund research, but it does help to set the agenda for scientific cooperation among the member countries. And so many of the, for example, European Commission cancel many funds for scientific cooperation involving Russia, which is followed by also many other similar policy adopted by many funding institutions or agencies. So the Ukraine conflict, on the one hand, it's going to be impact its partnership between the research inside and also outside Russia across many fields of scientific cooperation. But I think it's worth mentioning, it actually also have a very profound impact on the scientific cooperation among nations in this region on the climate science. So the war in Ukraine has a unique dilemma for researchers and scientists. And then to come to my conclusion, given those two, among others, uncertainty factors, I think Russia has brought to the table, I think, a long-standing post-Cold War perception about the Arctic, which means that I think Arctic region would benefit from disconnection from the security concern, and this perception maybe it's gone. Instead, the geopolitical implication of Arctic is coming back to the stage, and then so people start to worry about the future of Arctic Council because Arctic cooperation, because I think there is a discussion of the second version of the Arctic Council is Arctic 7. Plus other countries without involving Russia. So Russia has been going to kick out of the Arctic cooperation. So what will be the future for the Arctic Council, Arctic cooperation in the new format of Arctic Council? And then what's the role for the Arctic Council? And then the third question I keep thinking in my mind is, because China articulates interest in the Arctic by suggesting it wants to promote cooperation between Arctic states and non-Arctic states, and what will be the future for China to achieve its goal and vision in the Arctic? That's the third question. I think deserves a lot of discussion. Thank you very much, Gordon. I hope I didn't run out of my time.
No, you were very respectful of the time. Hong Nong, thank you very much for that, and for a very up-to-date and timely discussion. We're now going to turn directly to Professor Rasmus. Here's his presentation, Rasmus Matense, and I think his title, Arctic Marine Governance Under International Systematic Change. And Rasmus, I think you have your internet working smoothly now. The floor is yours, please. Just checking, actually, I don't see his internet presence at the moment. I think if he's absent temporarily, we may have to move on to Doa Matal. Doa, could I ask you, oh, there's Rasmus again. Are you ready to go, Professor Rasmus Bertelsen? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. The floor is
Yes.
yours. And I hope you have a smooth connection. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, and apologies. I had some sound problems at my end. And do I understand correctly that I have about 10 minutes?
You have 10 to 12 minutes, Professor. But don't hesitate to take that full time. And again, over to you.
Good. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation for this conference. And it's very nice to see familiar faces and good friends and colleagues. And inspired by the topic of this conference, I would like to offer some thoughts about what I see as the international systemic conditions for Arctic governance and Arctic marine governance. And just to follow on to the previous speaker, Dr. Hong Nong, about the future of circumpolar Arctic governance and what I see as the international systemic conditions for that. And my name is Rasmus Gesø Bertelsen, and I am Professor of Northern Studies and Barents Politics at the Arctic University of Norway in Tromsø, and I'm also this year and next year Nansen Visiting Professor of Arctic Studies at University of Akureyri in Iceland. So please move to the next slide. Yeah. So I think there are a couple of misconceptions about the Arctic, which I think are detrimental to our understanding about the Arctic, both historically and today, and for thinking about the future of the Arctic. And one of those misunderstandings, it's the idea of Arctic exceptionalism. It's the idea that the Arctic somehow was different from and disconnected from international politics. Another misleading misconception is the idea that international interest in the Arctic. Yes, Dora is saying there's a gray bar to the left or right for me. I don't know where it comes from. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I think these two misconceptions, very disturbing misconceptions, the first, Arctic exceptionalism, and the second, that international interest in the Arctic is somehow recent. I would rather say that I think the Arctic reflects the international system very clearly at any given time in history, and that also does that we can speculate with the future development of the international system, how the Arctic is going to look. And for the misconception about recent international interest in the Arctic, well, one can talk about whaling around Svalbard in the 1600s. One can talk about how the Napoleonic Wars affected the North Atlantic, First or Second World War. But I will just start here with the Cold War. And this is my adaptation of the framework from John Mersheimer's 2019 paper, Bound to Fail, about the international liberal order. And Professor Mersheimer, for the Cold War, he, of course, points out how that it was a bipolar order because there were two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. And when you have two or more superpowers or great powers in a system, they are, for systemic reasons, forced into security competition, and therefore you have a realist order. Now, during the Cold War and with nuclear weapons, there was very little globalization, there was very little integration between the two blocs. So the only thing the two superpowers had to think about was arms control. Now, Mersheimer argues that in such a realist order and great power superpower competition, each great power superpower makes a bounded order to discipline and harness the resources of its clients and allies. So, of course, the United States had the West with institutions like the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the European Economic Communities, the GATT, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, etc. And the Soviet Union had the Warsaw Pact and its economic cooperation with the East Bloc, etc. And how did that look in the Arctic? Well, of course, we had a strictly bipolar Arctic with the West Arctic of the Nordic countries and North America, with those institutions, NATO, except Sweden and Finland, to some extent the EEC, some extent the European Free Trade Association, indigenous peoples organizations, scientific cooperation, etc. And then a iron curtain in Europe and an ice curtain in the Bering Strait, separating to the Soviet Arctic, and you had very little cooperation across those limits. You had the Polar Bear Treaty from the early 70s. You had Norwegian Soviet Fisheries Commission from 74, 75. Okay, so then of course the Cold War comes to an end, and the United States is the winner of that, and the Soviet Union dissolves. So if I can have the next slide, please. Yeah, and then we have the post-Cold War unipolarity, because there's only one superpower, and when you have only one superpower, you don't have a realist order. You can have a liberal order, in the case with the United States. And of course, the sole superpower can pursue its ideological agenda, which for the United States was spreading democracy. So organizations, they become global, like WTO, EU expands, NATO expands. And in the Arctic, we get a circumpolar, and I would say liberal order. Liberal because it's not security oriented, it's oriented around questions as the environment, sustainable development, indigenous peoples, scientific cooperation, etc. So we have the Arctic Council, we have the International Arctic Science Committee, we have Barents Cooperation, Bering Cooperation, etc. But what Dr. Hong Nong was just describing, which was this Arctic circumpolar liberal order, I mean, what I'd like to emphasize is that I think that order, it was not some kind of Arctic end of history. It reflected unipolarity. And of course, that unipolarity is coming to an end. So please, next slide. Yeah. So a few thoughts from my side about what I see as happening, the link between unipolarity, hegemony, and globalization. So please go forward. Yeah. I would basically make the argument that the globalization we've had the last 30 years was resting on US unipolarity and hegemony. And therefore, we had the mistaken idea of end of history. The problem is we didn't have end of history, we had the return of history. And I would say that this globalization, it undermined US unipolarity because it contributed to China's spectacular economic growth. And please go forward. Yeah, so we have the return of Asia in the after-war years, Japan, and then the spectacular economic growth of China the last 40 years. And we have the return of Russia as a Eurasian great power. Please go forward. Please go, yeah. We also see how the United States is determined to preserve unipolarity and hegemony. We see that in the Trump continued under Biden, tech and trade wars with China. Please go forward. And please go forward. And yeah, thank you. And we basically see that the US is unable to keep China and Russia in its unipolar order. Those are the thoughts of my postdoc, Maria Kopseva. And that's because the United States violate Chinese and Russian core interests, whether political and territorial or security. And I'm basically afraid that we are approaching unipolarity 2.0, which is going to be poorer and more violent. Please move to the next slide. Yeah, so what does the post-global Arctic look like? Well, we are no longer in a unipolar order with the United States and China as the two by far largest national economies in the world. We are moving towards a bipolar order, but it's a much more complex bipolar order because these superpowers, it's not only a question of arms control, it's also climate change, economic space, etc. And then Mearsheimer will claim that each of these orders, each of these superpowers pursues their order. And of course, we have the American institutions, NATO, and under American protection, the European Union, and China has founded institutions as the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and the Belt and Road Initiative. And that, of course, raises the question, where is the Arctic in that? And that is determined by the place of Russia in that bipolar order. Russia, of course, would prefer a multipolar order, but Russia doesn't have the basis for that. I would have expected this development to have been slower and driven by Sino-American competition, but now we've had this catastrophic breakdown of European security, where, of course, we have a clear break between the A7 and Russia, and we have Russian, Chinese, economic, political, etc. partnership. I'm out of time, but I would just want to conclude that I would make the argument that Arctic order reflects international order, and the circumpolar order the circumpolar Arctic order we enjoyed the last 30 years, it rested on an American unipolar order, which doesn't exist anymore. And therefore, I basically think that a circumpolar liberal Arctic order is gone, and I don't think it can come back. And that is, of course, that will also be the case for the maritime governance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that very thought-provoking presentation. And you stayed well within your time limit, I might add. We will now turn to Dr. Dora Matal, a professor of the Graduate Institute in Geneva. And Dr. Matal, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Can hear you clearly. At least I can. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. And hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is. It's about 4 a.m. here, Cairo time, where I'm taking this call. So I hope that I will succeed in making sense at this very difficult hour. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to be amongst such a distinguished panel. And the topic of my presentation is the competition for the poles, the Arctic and the Antarctic waters. So I will talk about both poles. Now, in my opinion, both poles are contested spaces. Despite some major differences between the poles and the Arctic, we're talking about an ocean surrounded by land. In the Antarctic, we're talking about land surrounded by an ocean. But both poles are amongst the world's most contested spaces, and we will see that happen and increase, as time passes. Now, they're contested spaces for the following reasons. First of all, these spaces were inaccessible for a long time because of their ice cover. But now they are becoming increasingly accessible because of global warming, because of technological advancement, and because of our endless hunt for natural resources. Now, because of their ice cover, they were both considered relatively low-risk zones, so to speak. And, you know, the Antarctic Treaty was by and large the world's first demilitarization agreement, major demilitarization agreement. It was a demilitarization treaty at its core. And of course, up in the Arctic, the Ottawa Declaration took security issues out of the remit of the Arctic Council. And that, I think, has contributed to the perception that both regions were low-risk zones. And the fact that these agreements were designed that way was also designed to make them low-risk zones. So a kind of circular situation, if you will. But we're now both regions are now undergoing a paradigm change. Both are becoming highly contested, with the Arctic more so at this particular moment in time than the Antarctic, because it is heating up, whether climate-wise or politically, much faster than the Antarctic. Now, as this paradigm changes, analysts are scrambling to look at the institutions and the legal instruments that exist that could help frame and contain and manage this change. Now, in the Antarctic, we have a range of institutions and legal instruments, starting with the Antarctic Treaty System and its environmental protocol and its ban on mining, and also with CAMLAR, the Convention on Antarctic Marine Living Resources, trying to bring some level of order to the Southern Ocean. In the Arctic, we have a very loose Arctic Council, which has produced a variety of accords, whether on marine oil pollution or scientific cooperation or search and rescue. But as I said, security issues have been off its remit. We have UNCLOS, the United Nations Law of the Sea, and we have the institutions that flow from it, the IMO, the International Seabed Authority. We also have more recent instruments like the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement. And then we have instruments that cut across both poles, like the Polar Code. Now, central to this paradigm change that is happening in both regions is whether existing is the following question: whether existing legal instruments and institutions will succeed in providing a framework for the competition that will only increase for both regions, whether those instruments and institutions will succeed in resolving disputes, and whether they will succeed in maintaining peace and stability in both regions. Now, it is also possible that they may not, and that what we may see is a complete overturning of institutions and instruments to give way to a new order in both poles. Looking specifically at polar waters, I would say that because of how we've structured international legal instruments to do with the management of territorial and international waters, what happens in sea is largely determined by what happens on land. So under the United Nations Law of the Sea, coastal states have particular rights. So the rights they have in the waters that surround them derive from the fact that they have coastal land. They also have rights not only in terms of exclusive economic zones, but they also have rights to extended continental shelves and so on. In Antarctica, the situation is more complex than in the Arctic because of a lack of sovereignty on land and therefore an inability to determine what various portions or to whom various portions of the Southern Ocean belong. Despite that, however, I would say that in the Antarctic, many of the territorial claimant states, 7 claimant states, have already declared exclusive economic zones through unilateral declarations and unilateral national legislation. Now, what is at stake in this competition for the poles. At stake are mineral resources, oil and gas, fish, new shipping routes, icebergs containing large portions of the world's fresh water, a discussion that's only beginning to start in particular in the Antarctic. What are we going to do with Antarctica's icebergs? To whom do they belong? Can they be towed? Can they resolve some of the sort of drought that is being experienced in various parts of the world, including Cape Town, which is right at the north of the continent? And of course, they also, at stake is also all the economic opportunities that they represent from things like tourism, bioprospecting, and other commercial activities. Now, we have already seen in the Arctic cooperation turned upside down, not just now, but as of 2014. But of course, now the issue has become more acute with the suspension of the Arctic Council, and it is unclear whether the Council will ever return in its current form. Now, Russia is a very significant player in the Arctic. It's 71% of Arctic GDP, a fifth of its land mass, half of its inhabitants, 95% of its natural gas, 75% of its oil, 96% of its platinum. It's the northeastern sea route. And of course, it has an enormous continental shelf claim of 1.2 million square kilometers, which is about 70% of the seabed of the Central Arctic Ocean, from where the EEZs of other coastal states stop. So Russia in some ways is the Arctic, and the suspension of cooperation with Russia in the Arctic is not a minor issue. Now, in trying to bring some stability to these contested spaces, and in view of the rising militarization of these zones, in particular the Arctic, we need to go back to thinking about who the actors are that we need at the table, old and also new, with China included, and China being front and center of the sort of new and the actors that have been considered non-traditional in the polar regions so far. Now, we have seen new instruments like the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement expand to include non-Arctic states. It includes countries like China, Japan, South Korea, and so on. We've seen the observership of the Arctic Council expand to include non-Arctic states. We've seen the expansion of the Antarctic Treaty System, which now has 54 parties from the original 12. And so we're seeing gradually the instruments and institutions that govern both regions try to expand to accommodate the change. But there will also be, of course, an adjustment needed, not just to the growing number of actors, but to the changing landscape of alliances that are growing and alliances that are shrinking and alliances that are at risk. I believe what's needed is scenario building for how we move both zones from low-risk zones, non-conflictual zones, from that paradigm to what is increasingly becoming a new reality of both being very high tension zones. Thank you, and I'll stop here.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Mattal. I think we have, I think that is the third very up-to-date view of the Arctic region, at least. With such extraordinary changes in the course of this year, it is helpful to see that reflected in the presentations. We now turn to Professor Zhao Long, who will speak to the question of rebuilding resilience, a common agenda for Arctic governance in a high-tension era. And Dr. Zhao is, of course, the director of the Institute for Global Governance Studies at the Shanghai Institute for International Studies. Professor, the floor is yours, please.
Well, thank you, Professor Holden, for a kind introduction. And I'm indeed privileged to be part of this discussion, to join the panel. And I would like to thank our organizers for the invitation, for providing such a great opportunity for exchange of views, and also meet some old friends and colleagues, even virtually. So let me just share my screen with, I hope it demonstrates well. Okay. So I think in general, I do echo many thoughts, assessment that previous speakers mentioned. I think there's a consensus that the Ukraine crisis has brought about significant geopolitical shifts and presents the greatest obstacle to Arctic governance since the Cold War. And the successful and decade-long cooperation of 8 Arctic states may be determined, and leaving Arctic climate, science, sustainable development issues unsolved. So I think it's quite a crucial moment for us to, evaluate what kind of future are we facing in the Arctic governance in the so-called high tension era, because it's difficult to foresee how those institutions will continue in near future, in short term, given the fundamental rift between Russia and the West, and how to evaluate also the impact on China's participation to the Arctic affairs are also quite important. And I am here today would like also to offer some solutions or common agendas for the future. So let me start with the geopolitical dimension. As Rasmus has mentioned, the Arctic exceptionalism, actually it was a generally accepted argument for decades, which can be characterized by the absence of the great power competition in the region. So Rasmus said this kind of exceptionalism was the misperception. I would rather call this as an illusion. And I think the Ukraine crisis has deteriorated the relations between West and Russia and leading the Arctic country to abandon not just Arctic exceptionalism, but also so-called high north, low tension narrative image. So in my opinion, the return of great power competition started not today. It was started just a few years ago after former US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo's role enemy speech at Arctic Council Ministerial in 2019, which indicates that Arctic might not be immune to geopolitical rivalry. So the newly published National Security Strategy and the National Strategy for the Arctic region of the United States articulate the affirmative US agenda in that region, which consistent with this global goal for strategic competition, in particular, outcompete China and restrain Russia. Secondly, its security dimension. Of course, the Arctic region was affected by these changes as Western states imposed enormous sanctions on Russia. Those sanctions and the willingness of decoupling from Russia reshape Arctic states' identities from so-called shared geographical space to collective security demand. So with NATO's northern expansion, I would say there will be new periphery of confrontation from, you can see on the map, from the Black Sea to Baltic Sea and extend to the Arctic Ocean. So the interactions under such circumstances of Arctic affairs may shift from the collaboration among Arctic states and stakeholders to so-called quasi-block confrontation, which formulates the two Arctic structure. In particular, on one hand, we can see the mini NATO structure. On the other hand, it's Russia. So during the recent visit of Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, from his statement in Canada, the Arctic region in Canada, we can see that Arctic becomes, I will call it a testing ground for NATO's expansion of its extraterritorial agenda and the creation of so-called democracy versus autocracy dichotomy narrative. So there are also many emerged needs for military buildups, for military exercises to show the the security security structures reform and to corresponding those geostrategic shifts in the region. There's other aspects that we should not ignore is the science and climate dimension, which experiencing a dual crisis situation. So there's a broader consequence of Arctic science because of the geopolitical crisis. Some of the biggest Arctic climate contribution by Russian sites come from permafrost studies. For example, the permafrost covers more than 60% of Russia's Arctic. So there are growing worry about, for example, data loss, the monitoring gap in the future. And also over the short term, the global Arctic science may be able to, weather the temporary loss of Russian participation, but over the long term, the rupture in relations could permanently degrade the quality of Arctic climate science. Another crisis, of course, is energy crisis. The EU is considered the net importer of Arctic oil and gas, and it's responsible for 36% of Arctic's black carbon emission. Under the unprecedented pressure of energy crisis, Europe chose to restart or extend the service of life of the coal power plants, which may cause uncertainties in the decarbonization process in the Arctic also. So the next will be the development dimension. I think there could be expected some orientation change over Arctic energy exploration, driven by soaring energy prices and the intensified competition. Arctic countries may reassess the necessity of freezing energy exploration in the region to reduce shortage expectations while enhancing their energy competitiveness. So according to the new Arctic strategy of the EU, the alliance will seek a ban on tapping new oil, coal, and gas deposits in the Arctic. But under the energy crisis, I think EU is trapped in such awkward position. For the one hand, to call to ban drilling in the Arctic, and on the other hand, to hunt for certain countries like Norway for the discount on fossil fuel. So there's an emergent dilemma, in my opinion, between the limiting Arctic oil gas development and diversifying the energy supply. There's another dimension that we should focus, it's a transport dimension. We may see in the near future more localized Arctic shipping. Since under the impact of the Ukraine crisis, international shipping on the Northern Sea route, which the main shipping route in the Arctic, collapsed as foreign companies stay away. For the first time in more than decades, the Northern Sea route will now see international transit traffic as operators avoid Russia as a result of sanctions. In comparison, last year, Russia's in the Northern Sea route, a seasonal shipping route provided about the 2 million tons of transit shipping via Northern Sea route, and more than 86 voyages by vessels from almost 2,000 countries travel the road. So there will be a new reality that we'll be facing. And of course, because of sanctions, many energy shipping carriers will forcible to be idled. More than 60, for example, from Novatex, which is the largest Russian energy company in the Arctic. Most of them are being freezed with no contract. So there's another aspect that Dr. Hongnong mentioned, the new Russian maritime doctrine, which describes the emerging and intensified the competition, confrontation between Russia and US and NATO in Arctic waters. So there will, I think we might see more control and more restricted requirements from Russian side on the Northern Sea route in the future. So there's the most important is the governance dimension, the de facto status of suspension, of course, affect all of us. So you can see from the picture that all Russian participated platform, multilateral platform in Arctic affairs was suspended. The Russian was kicked out from all platforms, and such a move could bipolarize, as Rasmus also mentioned, the Arctic multilateral governance and hinder the effective decision-making on Arctic climate, marine, and environment issues, in my opinion. And also, according to the Ottawa Declaration, with the fundamental legal documents of the Arctic Council, the decision of the Council must be decided by the consensus for all member states. So how to restore the function and the legitimacy of the Arctic Council becomes a key issue. So what's the impact on China's participation to Arctic affairs? I think as an important stakeholder in Arctic affairs and an important partner of Arctic countries, China became a victim of such dilemma of Arctic governance. The participation in discussion on Arctic climate environment agenda within the Arctic Council has been undermined. We also seen the reinterruption of scientific expeditions, the cancellation of the 13th annual scientific expedition to the Arctic Ocean. The emerged on the rising risks for Arctic energy and the shipping projects between China and Russia. Our companies are facing so-called secondary sanctions because of their involvement in Russia's project. So there are also forced stagnation of development and utilization of Arctic shipping routes. For example, this year, the COSCO, which is leading Chinese shipping company, has sent 0 transit voyages via Northern Sea route. But actually, if we compare to last year, the company completed record 26 voyages between Asia and Europe via this shipping route. So what's the solution? What's the way out? I think being in general pessimistic, I would also still offer some possible way outs. For the first one, I think the Arctic Marine Partnership could be important agenda for all parties to remain on a low level interaction. For example, on the multilateral level, it's quite important to resume the negotiation among signatories on the implementation of Central Arctic Ocean fishery agreements, which was signed in 2019 and ratified by all parties, including A5 Arctic 5 Arctic coastal states, China, Japan, Korea, Iceland, and the EU, and entered into force last year. So we should resume those negotiations on rules of procedures of provisional scientific coordinating group and etc. So in terms of that, I think Asian countries, including China, could play an important role. And at the bilateral level, I think there are still connections and interactions between Russia and the other Arctic states at the Coastal Guard level, at Norwegian-Russian Joint Fishery Commission, So I think these topics or agendas should be maintained between the Arctic states on, the maritime security, technology, and science. Marine safety mechanism should also be, in my opinion, maintained or establish some kind of interim contact group between Russia and other Arctic states. We all know under the crisis, it's quite difficult to resume all those previous established security dialogue platforms, but marine navigation, search and rescue, and other maritime security-related mechanisms should be maintained, in my opinion. And some basic dialogue structures should be further strengthened. I think the most important task for all Arctic states and all stakeholders is to prevent two Arctic structures in the governance. It's quite simple that the trade, energy, and technology can be decoupled from Russia, but climate, marine environment, ecosystem shared by other countries are in integral system, complex system that could not be ignored. So as the coming rotating president of the Arctic Council, I think Norway shoulders in the quite popular terms as a common but differentiated responsibility to avert the collapse of Arctic Council or the Arctic governance without Russia. So I think there's quite numbers of opportunity to resume some dialogue. For example, the Arctic Science Summit week in early next year could be the platform to maintain low-level communication. But last but not least, I think the collaboration with other stakeholders are quite important also. We could re-engage with Russia on the UN SDGs agenda under the UN framework or bodies. We could develop non-governmental forums outside the Arctic Council as the platform for engagement with Russia. There are many of them: Arctic Circle, Arctic Frontier, even the China Nordic Arctic Cooperation Platform could be in that contribution. And also, I think we should conduct some joint discussion and collaboration on the initiative of Blue Economic Partnership and the Polar Silk Road to strengthen the risk mitigation studies and adaptation to the international energy transition and low carbon transformation, and the dialogue on renewable energy development. So due to time limit, I will stop here, and really looking forward to further discussion with you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Professor, and for concluding more or less within the time frame. I appreciate that very much, saving our time for questions. We'll now turn to our fifth speaker, Ms. Sakiko Hataya, a research fellow in the Research Institute at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Good morning in China and Japan, and good evening in Europe and America. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sakiko Hataya from Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And thank you very much for giving me a time to talk about the future Japan-China cooperation in the Arctic affairs. And first of all, I'd like to share with you some of the key points of the Arctic policy of Japan to promote cooperation between Japan and China in the field of Arctic. Because currently, it is difficult to cooperate inside of the Arctic Council. So I thought it is very essential to cooperate between country and country. So I'd try to explain Japan-China cooperation as an example. So the turning point for Japan in its engagement in Arctic affairs are first the research expedition of Professor Nakaya from Hokkaido University to Greenland, 1957. Throughout the 1990s, Japan also furthered its Arctic research capacity following the creation of Arctic Environmental Research Center at the National Institute of Polar Research. And also in 1991, Japan became the first non-Arctic state to establish the observation station in Nielsen. Also, Japan was presented at the signing ceremony of the Arctic Council's Ottawa Declaration in 1996. And furthermore, between 1993 and 1999, the Ship Ocean Foundation, the forerunner of SPF Ocean Policy Research Institute, partnered with Norway and Russia to establish the International Northern Sea Route program to help in mapping out Japan's potential shipping opportunities through Russia's Northern Sea Route. Furthermore, in 2010, Ocean Policy Research Foundation, direct predecessor of OPRI, initiated the Arctic Conference Japan, which engages experts in such fields as international law, security, scientific research, shipbuilding, and so on. Having submitted its application to be Arctic Council observer in 2009, Japan's engagement in Arctic affairs further developed in 2013, as Japan was granted observer status at Kiruna Ministerial Meeting with China, India, South Korea, Singapore, and Italy. In 2015, Arctic policy of Japan was adopted. In addition, Japan was involved in shaping the Arctic legal order by participating in 5+5 process that led to international agreement for fishing in Central Arctic Oceans. Science and science diplomacy has been a priority for Japan. During the negotiation of 2017 agreement on scientific cooperation under the auspices of the AC, Japan was one of the key observer states to make a positive contribution to the negotiations. While Japan is not Arctic state, but easily affected by climate change in Arctic regions through oceanic atmospheric circulations, Japan is geographically located closest to the Arctic Ocean in the Asian regions and enjoy many opportunities in the economic and commercial sector, such as utilization of Arctic Sea Route. And I think China is in the same situations. The cornerstone of Japan's Arctic involvement has been Japan's Arctic policy. Japan's Arctic policy is a comprehensive statement of Japan's fundamental policy outlook towards the Arctic with strong emphasis on international cooperations. In particular, Japan's Arctic policy outlined Japan's three key interests in the Arctic: research and development, international cooperations, and sustainable use. Also, Japan's policy is to ensure the rule of law and promote international cooperation in peaceful and orderly manners. While recognizing their importance and input to Arctic research as well as already existing partnership between Arctic and non-Arctic states and research organizations, the AC observer were invited to present comments on proposed draft, and they were actively involved throughout the negotiation process. Japan engagement as an observer during the negotiation of the new instrument for scientific cooperation by Arctic Council. In 2015, at the Scientific Cooperation Task Force meeting, a joint statement was submitted from the Arctic observers from France, UK, and Germany, of which Japan was strongest supporter. The joint statement influenced the definition of participants in joint activities related to Article 1 and Article 18 regarding the cooperation with non-member states in Copenhagen draft. Especially for the environmental issue, it is necessary to actively convey the findings of scientific observation and research based on international cooperation, especially in scientific fields. Missing data and data inconsistency are a huge problem related to Arctic affairs. Thus, it is essential to promote more international Arctic scientific cooperations. The preamble of the agreement recognizes the significant scientific expertise and invaluable contribution that observer states has contributed to scientific research in the Arctic. Look at the top priority of Japan and China in their Arctic policy shows that they have much in common. Both Japan and China are observer states of the Arctic Council. and both have stated that they will ensure international law, particularly UNCLOS. Similarity can be seen in the priority to the policy placed on science, environment, and peace. Similarity can also seen in the priority that policy placed on science, environment, international corporations. So I'd like to mention about example of how to cooperate for the future cooperation between China and Japan. Before COVID-19, there was some cooperation were implemented between Japan and China. In one case is Chinese shipping company used the ports of Hokkaido. The Chinese shipping company COSCO held a promotion event at its Japan branches in Tokyo 2018 after China's Arctic policy white paper was published to promote the participation of Japan's enterprise in Polar Silk Road. In the same year, 5 vessels of the Chinese shipping company COSCO completed full transmit of the Northern Sea route. One of the 5 vessels named Tianfu and the first to enter Arctic water traveling from Germany to Kushiro, Japan on July 21. And also this is the second example, gaining the know how to sail in the different seas. And Japan's Mitsui OSK lines and China COSCO shipping route to use Arctic Sea route together in summer for the first time, and success to carry LNG from Yamal to East Asia. China and Japan are both facing the natural gas shortage, especially China needs to drive to cut air pollution by shipping from coal to natural gas. The successful on the use of Arctic Sea route cuts the time to 15 days compared to 35 days for the traditional route from Yamal sailing into the Atlantic through the Suez Canal and to Asia port. The cooperation between these two companies could lighten the risk and investment cost and share the knowledge of the information on the water depths in the Arctic oceans. And also there is a cooperation called Trilateral High-Level Dialogue among the Republic of Korea, Japan, and China. The 3 countries discussion the guidelines principle of the Trilateral Arctic Cooperation and share the view that they should continue their commitment of the contribution to the Arctic Council and enhance their cooperation within the various international fora. And also explore the possibility to cooperate in areas such as scientific research, which is the most promising area for their joint activities and trilateral activities. The tangible cooperation between these 3 countries has not yet occurred, and it would be a good idea to resume dialogue between China, Japan, South Korea from the track to rebel first. So this is the one example for the win-win relation between China and Japan in the Arctic. The new Arctic research vessel that Japan is now building could be used to build future cooperation between Japan and China in the Arctic. To explain a little about the ship, the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology, JAMSTEC, announced that will begin building a new Arctic research vessel in 2021. The ship with ice-breaking capacity will be built in 5 years with an investment of 33.5 billion yen. And also the ship is to be used as an international platform for the researchers from various states. So it might be a good venue for joint research on the Arctic between Japan and China. And also I would like to introduce the Arctic Circle Japan Forum. It will be held in 2023. I'm sorry, I miswritten in this slide, but we would like to focusing on the theme as Asia in the future of the Arctic. So we could do further discussion between Japan-China cooperation in the Arctic in the forum too. And I believe that Japan and China can promote cooperation mainly in the field of science as a first step. And we hope that in the future, Japan and China can advance their relation in the context of Arctic using the new Arctic vessel and other means, or the forum and so on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Seiko, and for staying within the time limit is very helpful as well. We now turn to a film, and I understand that Dr. Claudio Aporta, the Canada Chair in Marine Environmental Protection at the World Maritime University in Sweden, is not able to take part, but that we have, or rather the Sanya organizers have a film which will be screened, which will take the place of his presentation. So over, please, to the talented team in Sanya to screen that.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance for the invitation to present in this prestigious event. I apologize that I'm not able to join in person or online, but I hope that this recorded presentation will give you a sense of my topic, Indigenous Engagement in Arctic Governance, Challenges, Opportunities, and Emerging Practices. And I should say that I am a professor at the World Maritime University in Malmö, Sweden. I'm also an anthropologist by training who had worked with indigenous peoples in the Arctic, more specific Inuit in the Canadian Arctic for over 20 years. So I will talk about Inuit and the marine environment from the experiences that I have had as a researcher. I will discuss some issues and activities affecting Inuit marine use. I will provide a very quick overview of legal and policy context to engage indigenous peoples in Arctic governance. And finally, I will talk about current and emerging practices of indigenous engagement in Canada. So the first thing to say is that Inuit use the marine environment on a regular basis. What you see there is actually the sea ice that attaches to the land in some places, such as this one in the Eastern Canadian Arctic, place called Igloolik. What you see there is actually, again, the sea ice, the landfast ice that attaches for about 8 months of the year. So the sea ice becomes an extension of people's territories, quite different from the views of traditional non-northerner views, where the sea ice basically is often seen as an obstacle for navigation and exploration. For Inuit, the marine environment and the sea ice in particular is considered a homeland. So the ocean is used in all seasons, from the middle of the winter through the summer in the open water. There are hubs of life in the Arctic, polynyas or open water through the year that are particularly fertile and are significant not only for living resources, but also, of course, for Inuit communities that live around those areas. So there's certainly a pattern of change and new activities happening in the Arctic, as we can see in this beautiful infogram by IPCC. And I just wanted to point out that left top corner of this slide, where all the activities that are happening in the Arctic, and the only positives, relatively speaking, are mostly the shipping, the increase of shipping. That's something that is certainly going to happen, and it's happening already. Everything else, local food provisioning, small-scale fishing and hunting, the health of the polar bear populations, etc., are actually compromised by these new trends, mostly climatic trends and new activities. So you all know that vessel traffic is increasing rapidly in the Canadian Arctic and in the Arctic in general. This trend is expected to keep increasing in the next few years. So what I wanted to point out is that the concentrations of traffic are also in areas where Inuit, in this case Canadian Inuits, are actually using on a regular basis. So of course there's potential for conflict in this intersection of shipping activities and marine uses by the Inuit communities, as you can see on this slide from my own research, with traditional trails, both on the winter on the ice and summer by boat, basically traversing the Hudson Bay Strait on this particular slide. And, you know, it's beyond transportation is the fact that basically there's a multi-dimensionality in the way that Inuit use the ocean, mostly in terms of harvesting, fishing, traditional camps, traditional trails, etc. These are very significant locations, places for the communities that are certainly compromised by an increase of shipping traffic. Now, very quickly, in terms of the international context for the engagement of indigenous peoples. Internationally, there is the United Nations declarations on the rights of indigenous peoples that are basically sort of the trigger for everything I will discuss in the next few slides. Article 18 calls for indigenous peoples have the right to participate in decision-making in matters which would affect their rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures. So obviously this affects the governance of Arctic waters. The Article 42 calls specifically for specialized agencies that shall promote and respect for and full application of its provisions and follow up its effectiveness. This is a specialized agencies of the United Nations, including, of course, IMO. So in November 2021, a positive development is that the Inuit Circumpolar Council, ICC, received provisional consultative status at IMO. This is the first indigenous organization to have such status in IMO. Very quickly, because I don't have time, but of course the Arctic Council as a governing body and as a research source for Arctic issues, basically the Arctic Council elevated to status of permanent participants to 6 indigenous organizations of the circumpolar north. Goal 4 of the Arctic Marine Strategic Plan calls for enhancing the economic, social, and cultural well-being of Arctic inhabitants, including Arctic indigenous peoples. The Arctic Marine Shipping Assessment in 2009 calls for Arctic states to ensure effective coordination mechanisms to engage coastal communities and particularly indigenous peoples, and to identify areas of heightened not only ecological but also cultural significance to take protective measures. A working group, Conservation of Flora and Fauna, also made a distinctive forum for scientists and indigenous peoples and conservation managers to exchange data and information. So the conditions for engagement and the mandates for engagements are there. This also is reflected in the negotiations for the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, where the negotiators are required to include specific provisions on public participation, mostly connected to indigenous peoples and it calls to develop modalities to engage in meaningful participation by representatives of indigenous groups. So again, I won't have time to dwell on these, but in Canada, we have different legislations and policies that are also calling for the engagement through co-management, through consultation, through community engagement. These go from the umbrella policy, the Oceans Act of 1997, all the way to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada in 2015, and the Oceans Protection Plan that started in 2016 and still in effect today. So the calls are for stronger partnerships with Indigenous peoples. So I believe there is a need for innovation in governance approaches. Don't have too much time for this. I will just say that co-management and cooperative responses and partnership buildings are absolutely essential in Arctic governance from now on, and especially also the value of recognizing the value of interdisciplinary approaches to tackle governance issues. There are several indigenous engagement initiatives in place in Canada that goes from the Ocean Protections Plan to the Arctic Corridors and the Proactive Vessels Management Initiative. I'd be happy to discuss any of these through email if any of you contact me. There are amazing examples of co-governance and indigenous-based governance approaches in British Columbia that I will be also happy to discuss with you, and also in the Labrador Sea and the Arctic in general. I will just leave with this quote from Governor General of Canada, Maritime, where she says, "The simple fact is that Arctic strategies throughout my lifetime have rarely matched or addressed the magnitude of the basic gaps between what exists in the Arctic and what other Canadians take for granted." So the gaps are certainly lack of capacity, inequality, social ecological vulnerability, food insecurity, etc. A lot of things to do, but at the same time, a number of initiatives, at least in Canada and internationally, moving in the right direction. Thank you very much.
We've now concluded that film, and we're going to go straight away to our commentators. We have three who have 8 to 10 minutes, but I would argue it'd be best if you could limit yourself to 8 minutes so we can preserve some speaking time. And the first, Professor Xue Guifang, professor of the Koguang Law School at Jiaotong University. Professor, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, good evening, distinguished delegates, friends, and colleagues. First of all, I'd like to thank organizers for having me here. It is a bit pity I'm not able to travel to Sanya in person, but I'm still very grateful for the opportunity for listening to the 6 very informative, enlightening talks. I don't think it's possible for me to absorb all the essence of these very rich and thoughtful talks, but I may just try to echo and share a couple of points of views with my observation. I think when we talk about the ocean governance and state practice in polar regions, I feel like 2 immediate issues are flashing up, at least to me, I think. One is, as climate change continues to rapidly impact the Arctic and warming 2 or 3 times faster than any other place in the world, and the Arctic affairs are even more important in many aspects. 2, I think currently we all know we are facing the situation between Russia and Ukraine under direct confrontation. We call it crisis or whatever. And that's certainly upending or breaking the Arctic diplomacy. And then the issue of how to proceed with Arctic governance has become more urgent than ever. And probably we all know 7 of the 8 Arctic states are from the NATO group and may very likely take the NATO position. And then how Russia may respond in case of things beyond control, it's quite worrisome. I think that's the situation presenting the region and also global circumstances. I think that is probably why I noticed that all the speakers in this session raised the issue, more or less raised the issue of Arctic security and cooperation. And our first speaker, Dr. Hong Nong, analyzed the core issues and the essence of Arctic affairs, providing recommendations for the future Arctic cooperation, and very directly related to what I noticed. And certainly, she also mentioned about the recent published Rand and Swedish report, and mentioning is with its potential implication that the spot states of Chinese investment activities in Arctic. But she also observed from the Russia-China and China-US relations in the Arctic, alongside with most recent developments in the Arctic region arising from this Russia-Ukraine crisis or conflicts. And the situation may probably may really bring us even more divergent views or even conflicting views on what factors may cause uncertainty in Arctic affairs, as I mentioned earlier. And Professor Rasmus Bertelsen, I think Rasmus is very old friends, and he presents a very comprehensive analysis of the changing landscape of the Arctic. I think this is a very challenging task. Maybe only he can achieve as a very distinguished scholar from international politics and relations. And certainly he also highlights the significance of clearing out the misperceptions affecting the Arctic geopolitics and cooperation, and also the importance of balancing powers within the existing players, framework, and relevant institutions, providing certain his views about the governance in a special region. And probably that also is inviting the Arctic cooperation in a better environment. I think that's for my understanding. And Dr. Motal talked about both poles, but I think I feel like more on the contested scenes and also issues presenting the global commons, and make us even more worrisome about when we mentioning the Arctic governance or the polar issues. I think they both poles have become a very prominent and increasingly the key attractions of great power competition. And certainly there is a lot of detailed issues need to be looked at or considered when they think about how to bring peace and security to those regions. And I think particularly for promoting international cooperation in the global commons. Dr. Zhao Long certainly are also very experienced scholar on the Arctic issues and have a lot of views shared with us recently from media and other things. And he examines the multi-dimensions from like geopolitical, security, science and climate, etc., on the Arctic governance and what he called the high tension era. I think that's really probably very highlighted characteristic for word expression maybe for the situation, and also discuss the possible means and the common agenda to rebuild resilience on the Arctic marine partnership. And there is something certainly for all of us to think about, I think, for the current situation and maybe for the future cooperation. Ms. Hataya's talk is quite interesting that she looks at the timeline of China and Japan's engagement in the Arctic, compares the Arctic policy and their implementations of both states, but certainly more on the Japanese side, and particularly their characteristics, emphasizes the clear differences and similarity between China and Japan in the Arctic affairs, as they both are observer states. While talking bilateral cooperation, I noticed she arguably questions China's policy stance as ambitious and probably more developed oriented. And as she said, that's reflected from the concept of the near Arctic state, and also like maybe the ice Silk Road or polar Silk Road and things like that. But certainly people may have different views, and that certainly her talks offer us some new thoughts on the future of Japan-China cooperation in Arctic affairs, on bilateral, maybe also multilateral with Pacific states, engagement in the cooperation on the non-Arctic states side. And our sixth speaker emphasized the need to improve engagement of indigenous peoples. I think that's also very important aspects in the Arctic governance, and certainly with a focus on the Inuit peoples, particularly in Canada. And the overview he put from the video provider for as the main drivers of the inclusion of indigenous people in the Arctic governance. I think that probably for me, I think gave us a take-home message, and that is for sure the engagement of indigenous people and also their traditional knowledge is an important part of for the Arctic cooperation. And as these special groups, they cannot be ignored in the process of this the Arctic governance. And I think overall, maybe my view is that it is also it is certainly very understandable that many scholars concerned about China's increased economic political involvement in the Arctic, and particularly from we see from the latest random Swedish report emphasizing China's strategy and activities in the Arctic. But I think still cooperation probably may become the permanent scene, particularly under this unstable Arctic situation or this environment. And I think the conflict, ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine is probably incredibly difficult to resolve, and certainly will influence the overall Arctic environment, and maybe a lot of potential impact for us very difficult for us to predict for economy, social, and other sectors. So probably any other things will be not advisable to complicate the situation. I think that's probably we need to really to think about the forming of a specific governance system, and also the transformation of the geopolitics in the Arctic, and then to deal with opportunity and challenges face the region, not only by or for the current Arctic states, but also probably from sharing all the valuable experience from the non-Arctic players with a new mutual respect, and also the building of trust. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, and for staying to time and for your insightful remarks. We now will turn directly to Mr. Gao Fong, Special Representative at the National Institute of South China Sea Studies for Arctic Affairs. He is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Gao Fong, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. 各位大家好。我觉得呢，我还是用中文来发言。因为这个咱们有非常棒的这个同声传译。刚才各位教授的这个发言呢，都非常的令人印象深刻啊。我也学到了很多东西。我就想呢，在这个下面的我的发言里边啊，主要针对今天很多教授提到的这个北极的整体的顶层政治结构，来做一个点评。那么这个呢是正像刚才很多的发言者都已经提到了，这个是目前北极面临的一个最大的一个问题。那么大家都知道呢，北极在很长的这个时间里，都是从它这个实际上从它成立以来吧，一直都处在一种这个叫做 low tension 是吧 high cooperation 的这么一个局势之下。那么由于这个俄乌冲突 这个现在呢，这种状态呢就被破坏了。按照赵龙教授的说法呢，就是现在进入了一个叫 high tension era， 是吧？这个呢是过去没有过的，或者是说呢，过去隐藏在这个后边的，是吧？这么一种状态。那么这个状态呢，我们也知道，可能短期之内也不可能这个得到解决。即便呢将来得到解决了以后呢，可能也不能完全恢复到原来的那种这个叫做 low tension high cooperation 的那种局面。不过呢，我认为呢，这个都没有关系。因为呢，我们不管是这个 high tension 这个 area， 它毕竟还不是一个就是热战的状态，天天热战，这个我想呢，它是不可能的，是吧？所以最终它还是要恢复到一种，即便是 high tension， 但是也是一种稳定的这个和平的状态，是吧？那么在这样的一种局势之下，那么北极的其他的这个决定性的因素就仍然会是吧发挥作用。那么这些因素是什么呢？就是这个北极对全球的治理是非常重要，对全球的可持续发展，对应对气候变化，对这个国际的这个科学研究，是吧？对全球的这个全球变化的这个研究的它的重要作用，这个都是一样的，跟过去是一样的，并没有发生变化，对全球的可持续发展的意义都没有发生变化。因此，在这样的一种和平稳定的状态下，不管它的背后是大国竞争也好，是什么样，在这种状态下，我们仍然要去致力于去解决刚才提到的所有这些全球性的问题。像气候变化呀，像全球的可持续发展呐，像全球变化，是吧？这个北极在这个其中起到的这个巨大的作用，是吧？这个我们仍然像冻土，是吧？这些我们仍然像刚才这个阿波塔教授提到的，是吧？土著人权利的问题，是吧？所有这些它的可持续发展的问题，它的权利的实现的问题，这些都仍然还需要我们，这些都是属于长期的，是吧？发挥作用的因素，我们仍然是要去解决的。因此呢，这个是北极的一个，是吧？一个基本的一个问题所在，是吧？它决定了北极的治理结构的，是吧？一个基本的方面，是吧？这是第一个这个北极地区的这个特色，我要提到。第二个是什么呢？就是北极的地理因素，是吧？北极的地理因素，这个呢，我们看一下地图，大家都是了然于胸，是吧？就是这个俄罗斯几乎占了这个北极的一半，从它的这个海岸线的长度到它的这个土著居民的这个数量，到它的这个海域，是吧的面积以及它对整个这个北极的各方面的影响，是吧？这是一个我们无法改变的因素。我们如果要谈北极治理的话，排除了俄罗斯去谈北极治理，这个是不可能的，是吧？这是完全是一个空话。说我们成立了一个北极的治理机制，里边没有俄罗斯，我们就不要谈这个是一个关于北极的治理机制，是吧？那个就不是真实的一个关于北极的治理机制，这是一个地理要素啊。第三个要素就是今天呢，实际上这个有的教授们其实也都提到，北极由于全球的变暖，是吧？它越来越具有可进入性，是吧？北极还有一大片的公海，是吧？这个别的国家呢，是吧？不是别的国家，就是叫过去的这个域外的国家， 今天也都变成了一个叫利益相关化，是吧？进入北极，参与北极的科学合作，参与北极的经济活动，参与北极的可持续发展，这都是吧必不可少的。这是一个新的现实，是吧？全球变暖的一个新的现实。今后这个全球变暖的这个进程呢，还要继续，是吧？那么呢，就是解决相关由此带来的这个问题，仍然需要这个国际合作来加以处理。特别今天这个赵龙教授的那个presentation 里头也提到了，特别这个值得一提的就是北冰洋公海的渔业协定，是吧？这是一个新的现实。全球变暖之后，北极变暖之后，在北极面临的什么样的问题需要我们通过国际合作来处理？这是一个很好的案例。那么2周之后，我本人要率领中国代表团到韩国去出席这个北冰洋公海渔业协定第一次缔约方会议。那这个协议就开始正式的开始运作了。这个就是一个是吧？处理北极面临的目前问题的一个非常这个有效的一个国际机制。这个是在美国的这个主导之下，是吧？在特朗普时期，这个我们完成了这个协议的谈判。美国也签署这个同意，我们10个国家，10个创始的国家，也都一起批准了这个协议。所以我们2周之后，我们就迎来了它的第一次缔约方会议。今后这样的问题还会有，是吧？我们还要通过这一类的国际合作、多边的合作，是吧？来处理北极面临的这样的问题。那么这些因素都是北极面临的，是吧？未来需要通过国际合作解决的它的基本问题。那么北极的顶层的政治结构就要适应这样的一些需要，是吧？这个如果我们不能够适应这样的一些需要的客观需要的话，那么我们这个北极的这个治理机制将来它就不能够，是吧？发挥它应有的作用。今天赵龙教授呢还提到了很多这个他是吧为北极这个治理未来需要做的一些事情，我都同意啊。我觉得呢，这个北极呢历来是它的这个地缘政治竞争的问题，它的和平安全这类的问题，它是通过另外一条线，是吧来处理的，是这个北极8国通过他的这个国防这个军官们，是吧的对话去解决的。这个呢，我觉得这个应该他们也我觉得以后会慢慢的恢复。这个我希望呢他们能够尽快的恢复。这个是由这个北极8国来主导的。这个跟这个其他的国家基本上到现在为止都没有什么关系。那么这个我希望他们呢能够尽快的恢复。那么北极刚才这个提到的所有的跟可持续发展、科学研究，
Your time is up. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Let me continue. I'm closing. 我们希望呢这个就是刚才说的这些科学研究气候变化、可持续发展、土著人的权益的问题，这些仍然还是吧？过去是一直处在北极理事会这个结构下面去解决的。我们希望呢，这个还是由这个如果北极理事会能够找一个适当的时机去恢复的话，那当然是一个比较理想的一个状态。他的工作组也应该尽快的发挥作用，尽快的恢复 实际上呢，在这个科学的这个还有很多经济方面的这个多边机制啊，其实即便是现在，其实也还有很多的双边的交流，跟俄罗斯的交流，其实都没有中断。实际上这个应该是继续，仍然还是可以继续的。那么挪威呢，这个后边呢要按照北极理事会的这个顺序是吧？由这个挪威来接替这个北极理事会的这个主席国。那么这个呢，面临着政治和法律上的困境。我不知道呢，能不能这个挪威在这个里边呢发挥一点主动性啊？看能不能在这个政治上，在这个问题上呢有所突破。我估计呢，短期之内可能会有一定的困难，但是能不能先从科学机构工作组的工作开始，先是吧，在这个层面上要开展这个，就能够恢复起来。时间关系吧，我不能够多说了，看以后这个在自由发言的这个时间里，能不能再顺便再多说几句。好，谢谢主席，我就结束了。
Thank you very much, Professor. We are unfortunately very close to be out of time, and we still have one more commentator, and I would now invite Professor Liu Xinghua, distinguished professor at Tongji University. Please take the floor, and if you could stay within time limit, it would certainly help us to have some time for questions, although we may have to go slightly over time. Please, Professor.
这可以用吗？这好，谢谢这个主持人侯炳东教授。今天我是在现场参加这个会议的唯一的一个这个发言者，所以我就站在这儿发言了。感谢会议主办方和吴世存院长的盛情邀请。我呢是一位研究经济理论和经济政策的这个研究者。今天听了上午各位专家的发言，受到很多启发。那么我有一个非常明显的感受，那就是北极被雪藏了270万年，它现在正在一层一层揭开神秘的面纱，走到人类舞台的聚光灯下。对国际社会来说，这其中蕴含着许多新的发展机遇，但是也极有可能引发新的危机和冲突，为本来就已经纷繁复杂的世界增加更大的不确定性。这对现有的全球治理体系提出了新挑战，也是对人类社会智慧的巨大考验。那么瑞典，这个一开始一位发言者就是红农研究员，他在发言中提到了北极治理的现状和不确定性。那么他还提到，现在这个有些文献，夸大了中国在北极地区的潜在的影响。那么其实对北极治理的潜在，对北极关乎全球命运。那么现在全球变暖、冰川融化，同时北极的航道、气候变化、生态环境也面临新的问题，再加上北极丰富的自然资源及其科研价值，就像我们提出了新课题，那就是真正实现北极合理化的治理，是仅仅依靠北极沿岸国家是做不到的，还是需要大家包括非北极沿岸国家的合理参与和共同合作。那么挪威特罗姆斯大学的费尔特尔森教授，他认为，他分析了单极世界霸权和全球化的关系，他认为未来国际政治的发展会影响北极的发展。那么其实北极的治理格局也会影响未来世界的政治经济格局，这对于似乎正在走向脱钩断链的全球化，我认为这不是一个好消息。瑞士日内瓦高等研究院的莫塔教授，他认为北极和南极都存在国际社会的竞争，而且北极的竞争似乎更激烈一些。北极的可达性，人类对自然资源的需求，那么这些原因在现有的法律框架下已经不能满足北极治理的需求。他认为北极治理 不能单纯从传统的陆地角度来思考，而要有新的思维方式。那么上海国际问题研究所赵龙所长从6个维度来评价高压时代的这个北极治理，他认为这个北极例外已经过时。他特别提醒，从黑海、波罗的海到北极海域，当前北极事务的互动很可能从北极国家和相关利益之间的合作转向准集团对抗，形成小北约和俄罗斯2个北极这样一个格局。为此，他提出要保持北极基本治理结构的弹性，发挥北极理事会的作用，防范形成2个北极的格局。他还建议要发挥第三方平台的弹性，开展多边对话合作，在这基础上实现北极地区的韧性重建。我认为这些观点令人深刻。日本替川河谷财团番谷孝子研究员从联合国海洋法公约等法律的角度提出，非北极国家和北极国家共同参与北极治理的主张。的确，包括日本和中国在内的北极国家和非北极国家在北冰洋的航行有着共同利益，国际社会要共同合作，保证北冰洋的安全、自由和和平航行。中日双方也可以在这些领域进行务实合作。我认为这是他提出来一个很好的建议。那么瑞典的还有一位发言者，瑞典世界海事大学的阿布塔教授，他从加拿大因纽特人参与这个北极治理的实践，提出了关于未来土著居民参与北极治理的建议。的确，我们需要吸取欧洲在殖民历史上曾经有过的惨痛教训，在北极开发治理上实现创新，有效保护土著居民的文化、语言、信仰、传统和他们自身的权利。那么，我想最后总结一下，从经济角度来说，仅就石油和天然气储量而言，北极和中东可能处于同一个量级。同样，未来的北极航道除了节省时间成本，那么更关乎亚欧大陆的贸易安全和产业链供应链的稳定。然而，北极航道的开发和利用，自然条件和地理条件只是基础，构建安全高效的国际极地航道，才能将理想变为现实。这就离不开航路安全、航行规则、航运技术等领域的全球通力合作。在北极渔业资源利用、科学研究以及环境保护等其他领域也都是如此。因此，北极地区具有国际意义和全球意义，具有国际影响和全球意义。维护北极和平稳定发展，不仅是域内国家的责任，更是国际社会共同的期待。我们要总结历史上的经验教训，从各国共同发展进步出发，以新的思维和智慧，努力把北极建成造福人类的宝库，而不是新的地缘冲突的焦点。这对于塑造全球治理体系新的模式和新的国际合作模式具有重要价值。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Professor, for those comments. And, we have such a talented group of people here, and the papers have been of very high quality. We as well, and we've seen so many of the papers, we're in a very new, if somewhat disturbing situation. The changes in 2022 that affect the Arctic, while not generated in the Arctic, but by the geopolitics of the region, warrant very close attention. And for that reason, I'm very pleased to say that the organizers have given us even as much as 10 to 15 minutes of extra time. So we do not need to rush. I think this is a great opportunity for us to consider carefully what we have heard today. And in this regard, I have some very much needed assistance from Professor Liu Xinghua, who is present in the hall, and unlike me, will have a much better ability to manage questions that come from those in Sanya. As well, I would note, however, and I'll try and keep an eye on this, there are questions which may arise from our speakers, of other speakers, or additional commentary. But perhaps we'll go right now to you, Professor Liu, because you'll be able to see if we have questions available straight away.
各位上午好，我是一名很资深的中国律师，这么多年一直在关注一个新的课题和新的选题，就是说北极航线的问题啊，或者在中国来讲叫冰雪丝绸之路啊。自从中国2018年1月份发布北极政策白皮书之后，其实这一块的地域资源、经济资源、产业资源和叫做国别的这些构成，对中国来讲应该说是各方关注的。今天我非常高兴的看到2点，第一点，各国的学者表现了学者的那种操守和专注啊。第二个，特别高兴的看到很多中国学者在这方面的研究的深度，非常这个会议的这个论坛的收获在于这2点。其实我想关心一个问题，刚才特别是新华教授提出了很多的叫做北极航线、极地航线的协同问题。其实在这个问题上，技术已经没问题了。比如过去我们总认为它有风洞期，每一个船都需要单船破冰，但是现在看来这个问题已经不存在了。中国的技术包括破冰技术和航行技术已经解决了这个航行的便捷性的问题。当然从产业经济的角度而言，如果我们走北极航线或者说走这个冰雪之路，自然要比现在的通过马六甲海峡这个路途和成本，应该说对中国来讲，尤其是对中国东北而言，意义是非常非常重大的。我想关心一个问题，就是说我们现在的这些理论研究，对推动中国跟俄罗斯之间的合作，或者说俄罗斯在这方面的态度，我特别想听到最确切的、最及时的俄罗斯的反馈。因为今天很遗憾的是没有俄罗斯的学者，但是我注意到每一个外国的学者和国内的学者都在不同的维度和角度都谈到了俄罗斯，尤其是我们的北极代表啊，我外交部的那个位官员特别提到，没有俄罗斯的参与，这件事情很难做成。但是对于中国来讲，我们要从北极航线走，大部分来讲的邻国不是其他国家就是俄罗斯。在这个问题呢，其实我们在应用中一直在关注和讨论这个问题，但始终上是没有理论上的积淀，还有没有规则上的突破。因此我认为这个问题是非常非常重要的。谢谢刘老师，也谢谢每一位这个刚才讲的学者。我想今天这个专题的收获是非常大的，谢谢各位，大家辛苦了。尤其很多欧洲的学者，你们现在还在凌晨，哎呀，我认为真的感动，谢谢你们。
Thank you for that question. I'm wondering whom of our speakers or commentators might wish to respond to that question, the absence of Russia, some of the dimensions the questioner brought out. We don't have enough time for everybody to reply, but I would call upon at least one of our speakers or commentators, perhaps two, to make a comment on that. Interesting comments that were made by the lawyers a few moments ago. You could hold up your hand, I could see. Very good. Professor Rasmus Bertelsen, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. And once again, thanks to the organizer for making this very interesting event. I think it is extremely, it is very, very worrying, this, what we are seeing with the West cutting off its intellectual ties on the Arctic with Russia. And in other contexts, we also see intellectual ties with China being weakened from the West. I participate in a lot of Arctic events concerning the war in Ukraine, the crisis in Ukraine, in the West. And you see the tendencies for groupthink, for echo chambers, for conformity. You see that very strongly. And that is very, very worrying. So actually, I noted with particular interest in Cao Long's presentation. He mentioned the China Nordic Arctic Research Center, which I have benefited much from myself. And the West has cut off its Arctic research ties with Russia. I am prohibited from collaborating with Russian institutions. And actually, I think that, for example, our colleagues in Shanghai, the China Nordic Arctic Research Center, when hopefully traveling becomes easier, you have the opportunity to bring the A8 together scientifically, because the A7 doesn't want to and is not able to, and we are reduced to echo chamber and groupthink because of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I see your hand. I see two hands up. I think Nong, you're first, and then I'll go to Zhao Long. So first, Nong, and then Zhao Long, please.
Okay, thank you, Gordon, very much. And thank you for the comment and question raised by the lawyer in Sanya. I think he mentioned three very important points in terms of shipping through or transit Arctic, the legal issue, technical issue, and political issues. I think, unfortunately, we don't have Canadian or Russian speaker here because they represent their country on the legal status on the Northwest Passage and also on their Northern Sea route. So on the legal issue, I think currently there's no consensus what is the legal status and whether the US-led argument it's an international passage or the Canadian and Russian perception using as an internal water. But this is not really like big issues. And I think there was a temporary arrangement, for instance, between US and China, between Canada and US to agree to disagree for every, for instance, the United States and icebreaker to run into Canadians archipelago water, it will need prior consent and prior notification. But I think those patterns could be actually followed. But the second issue that I want to respond that this gentleman mentioned about technical, we have a lot of advancement in technology in terms of like icebreaker shipping. But instead, because if we have a Canadian speaker here, he will come up and say, well, we're not ready because it's Northern Sea, Russia's Northern Sea is more capable or actually more flexible for transit. But in terms of Canadians' Northwest Passage, I don't speak representing Canadian, but I know that when I speak to the Canadian speaker, they will say, we're not ready. First of all, the search and rescue condition or capability is not ready. And also the weather condition is less friendly than Northern Sea. So technology, I'm not quite sure whether it's going to solve very soon in the Canadian waters. And the third, I think that gentleman mentioned about the Russians' role. I think in terms of shipping through the Arctic, I think it's not a legal issue, it's not a technical issue right now, it's political constraint that actually prevent shipping through the Arctic. I think Professor Zhao Long mentioned there's zero vote through the Northern Sea this year because all this Ukraine conflict scenario. Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you, Nolan. We're going to go now then to Professor Zhao Long, please.
Well, thank you, Gordon. And I think I really appreciate the positive response from Rasmus about the role of the CNAC, the China Nordic Arctic Cooperation Platform, could play during such high tension era. Just recently, I personally have attended 2 conferences. One was about the China-Russian Arctic Cooperation, which is 11th annual meeting between Russian and Chinese experts. And another, I've attended also the symposium between Chinese scholars and Norwegian scholars supported by Consul General of Norway in Shanghai. So the general impression is that the academic circle, the intellectual ties should be maintained. This is the consensus among all experts. So during such a difficult time, I do think China enjoys quite convenient role in the bridging the intellectual contact between West, so-called Western countries, and Russia. So I do think this is the reason that the CNARC platform could serve such a unique role in the near future to to restore such kind of a academic exchange. And secondly, I would respond to the question regarding the Northern Sea route, because I'm focusing on the Russians' Arctic strategy and development for quite a long time. So from Russian side, I think despite the rising challenges and sanctions which affecting on the development of the Northern Sea route, Russia is, I think, is eager and is quite confident for the bright future of this shipping road. That's why just recently, Russian government released a new development plan for NSR, and it plans to spend almost $30 billion over the next decade on the new port facilities, on the energy transportations of the Northern Sea route. So it estimated to be rising the to increase the cargo volume to the 100 million tons by 2025 and 200 million tons by 2030. So I think there are indeed some ambitious plans for Russia. But of course, we, as Dr. Hong Nong mentioned, we should consider the overall geopolitical conditions, the technical and climate conditions. But one thing I should emphasize is that when China proposed a Polar Silk Road initiative, it does not strictly mean that this kind of a cooperation only between China and Russia. It's not so narrow spectrum of this kind of cooperation. We are planning to cooperate with all stakeholders along those sea routes and to connecting the Asian market with the European market. So that's why I think there will be quite important for us to start in the discussion on a more broader multilateral platform about those Polar Silk Road, especially with our European counterparts, European partners. Today, the German Chancellor Scholz is visiting China. So I think this is a good opportunity during the so-called the decoupling, the interruptions of supply chain. We should think about the importance of China and EU and the European countries, how to restore the, I would say, the resilience of our bilateral and multilateral trade partnerships via the Arctic shipping roads. This is the essential meaning, in my opinion, of the Polar Silk Road initiative. And with that, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'd like to go back to check with Professor Liu Xinhua if there are other questions from the audience. We do have a question in the Q&A box, but I'd like to give full opportunity to the people present in Sanya So I wonder if Professor Liu, you could check if there is a question outstanding from someone in the audience in Sanya.
好的，谢谢主持人，现场没有要提的问题了，谢谢。
Okay, and I'm going to go to the. There's not another question there. I'm going to go to the question that came in the Q&A, and I'm going to paraphrase it a bit. It's a little bit long. This person has indicated they don't agree with the comment about the accessibility of the Arctic. If you ask, I'm quoting here, if you ask ice navigators in the Arctic, they will tell you that there's no such thing as truly ice-free waters. There are uncertainties about ice conditions, likely receding multi-year ice being replaced by unexpected one-year ice. And opinion of this person, China's ice-breaking capacity may not be as great as indicated. I'm looking for volunteers here from our speakers or commentators, either one, I'll phone any of those, just hold your hand up or use the raise hand function at the bottom of the screen. Any and all comments are welcome, but I do need someone who's going to speak to that issue of the question of, is the Arctic truly ice-free or how far along is it? It's a fair question. Just looking here for, I see, Noah Abdel, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. The Arctic Ocean may not be fully accessible today, but I think countries are certainly planning for an Arctic Ocean that is accessible at some point down the line, as evidenced by the extended continental shelf claims that have been tabled under the UN Law of the Sea. So, you know, the high seas portion of the Arctic Ocean is a very small portion of the ocean. Continental shelf claims, extended continental shelf claims have been tabled by 4 of the 5 Arctic littoral states. The US, not being a signatory to UNCLOS, has not been able to do so. And so, you know, I think the competition is certainly underway, and the competition is premised on an Arctic Ocean that will become accessible at some point down the line. It is the world's shallowest ocean as well, which makes it very interesting from a mineral resources point of view. So I think, you know, I think people are taking a long view to the competition and are certainly preparing for that situation when it arises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at our commentators here. I see no other hands raised. I see no indication from Professor Liu that we have an outstanding question. And I think we are roughly 15 minutes over time. It's, as you know, a little bit complicated with this hybrid format. I'm very busy here at this end, looking at multiple screens and trying not to miss any of our very talented and distinguished speakers. I think all of us who are taking part virtually would agree we'd all rather be in Sanya, even those Chinese participants who are in other Chinese cities. And I think I could speak probably for everyone to say that we all look forward to a time when we can go back to the more normal and desirable process of being meeting firsthand. And if we don't get our questions answered, we can carry them on into the tea break and over a meal and have a more fulsome discussion. I see a thumbs up there from Rasmus. Thank you for that. Of course, like the others, I want to thank the organizers, particularly those in Sanya, those from the National Institute of South China Sea Studies, but also all of the people who've given their time, in some cases, for example, Doa Abdel, in the middle of the night in Egypt, and for others at awkward time frames, is a reminder of the challenges of conferences that span such an area. But these topics are important in any given year. But I would submit that the topics that were raised today are of especially great importance, although for reasons we wish had not occurred. But this is a year when I don't think we could or should ignore that which is happening in the Arctic and in Arctic governance. I think with that, I will then declare this session formally finished and pass back to the organizers in Saya. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Holden, and all the speakers and commentators online. 感谢刘新华教授，议题5到此结束，谢谢大家。
Thank you. Bye. See you next time.
Bye.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone.
Bye.
议题7将于下午1点钟正式开始，请大
Good afternoon. Hainan.
Hello, Commander Ang.
Good afternoon, Jingyi, ni
Yes,
hao.
good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, I'd like to test my PowerPoint.
Okay, no problem. You can go ahead.
I can do it now. Yeah. Okay, 1 minute. Share screen. Can you see my PowerPoint from there?
No, sorry.
Wait. Okay, 1 second. I put it down. Cancel. I do it one more time. Yeah. Share screen. Share. How about now?
Yes.
Do you see?
Yes, yes, it's working now.
Okay. So I have 17 slides altogether.
Okay, no problem. No
Maybe I can
problem.
try.
And yes, you can. Yes, yes.
Is it
Yes,
large now?
yes. It's working. Yes, it's working well.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Okay,
So
so
I
see
can-
you then.
Okay, see you later.
Okay, see you later. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I close it now.
Okay. Bye bye.
Stop sharing. Bye.
已经上了。你现在我看一下啊，我没看到你人呢。啊？你在来弄。没关系啊，我看你的。
ดูที่อยู่แล้วเนาะถูกนะ
เฮ้ยลืมดูเดี๋ยวพี่พรต้องย้อนไปดูดินั่นไงเพื่อกดของฉันได้
ต้องจ่ายตังค์ก่อนปะ
มันจ่ายกับเคฟอสเวล
อืม
ที่อยู่ถูกนะ
ใช่89/88
เรื่องถูกอีกแล้ว
Dr. Napon?
Yes.
Yes, nice to have you.
Yep.
Nice to have you virtually.
Thank you. It's my privilege to participate in the conference again.
Yes. Our meeting will start maybe after half an hour. So I think it worked well, your
Yep.
sound and your video.
Okay.
And
I'll
do you have-
return in half an hour then.
Okay, do you have PowerPoints?
I do actually.
Also, would you like to share your PowerPoints and see how it works?
Should be okay. 1 second.
Yes, it works well.
Let me see if is it.
Okay. Yes, it's working. It's working
Yeah,
well.
okay. It's the audience view, yeah. It's not the presenter view, yeah.
Sorry?
Wow. This is you see the PowerPoint full screen, yeah.
Yes, full screen, full screen.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah. Could you forward this PowerPoint to me by the email because I like to share it to the interpreters here.
Okay, all right.
Do you mind? Okay, thank you.
Can I have your emails, please?
Jingyi, this is Jingyi.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. 唐老师你好。
哎，你好。
你好，我是静怡。
哎，你好，静怡，你好。
你好，终于在线上见到您了。
不好意思，不好意思。
没事儿，挺不容易。您那边现在是晚上是吗？
对，是凌晨1点多，凌晨
嗯。天哪，真的是很感谢，很感谢。我会跟潘秘书长提前说好，到时候您就不参加那个讨论环节。
嗯，好的。好，
没问题。好，
谢谢。
好，那一会儿见。
好嘞 ，OK。好，拜拜。
拜拜。
静怡你好。
你好。准备的啊。
Yes, can I make a suggestion if it's possible?
Okay.
I suggest to have a group picture with every speakers in
a group picture for our session.
This session, yeah, if it's possible. That's all.
You mean WeChat group?
WeChat group with everybody turn on the video, and then we have a share just to remember. Everybody turn on the video, then we print screen the video.
You mean take a picture, right?
Picture, correct.
Okay.
If possible.
I will try to recommend. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Dr. Tabitha.
Hello.
Yep. Hi.
Nice to have you. Nice to have you online.
Thanks for having me.
Maybe you couldn't see me now because I think our camera is closed. But this is Shi Jingyi, Jenny.
Oh, great to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you. Thank you for your support to our events.
Thanks for organizing everything.
It's okay. And then, okay, our meeting will start soon. So see you then.
Okay, see you.
I think it works well, your sound and your video. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. See you then. 秦老师，秦老师，您能听得到我讲话吗？秦天宝老师。秦天宝老师。
郑司长您好，可以听到我的声音吗？啊，您的麦没有开，好像。
Can you hear me? Hi, Miss Yiming. Are you online? From HD? We couldn't hear you from at the venue. Could you turn on your microphone?秦老师您好，您在线上吗？可以听得到我讲话吗？秦天宝老师您好，
哎，你好，你好。
可以听得到我讲话吗？
可以，你能听到我说话吗？
可以的，可以的。您的视频有方便打开一下吗？我们测一下，看一下是不是正常。
稍等一下啊。
好。
这是。可以看到吧？
可以的，可以的。
那个等一下我那个做 PPT 的时候呢，我这个 Zoom 可能有点问题，就是不能全屏播放。
好，没有问题。
用那个叫什么？就是打开的时候，我尽量放大吧。它如果用那种全屏播放的时候，它好像就静止了。
好的，要不您现在试试看可以吗？
您
现在试啊。
马上给你弄出来。没有了。
Hi, T. Hi, Yemin. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We can hear you very clearly.
你现在可以看到吧？
可以的，可以的，现在可以看得到。
但是你看，我现在如果说我用这个就幻灯片播放哈，然后你还能看到吗？
我们现在这边显示的还是就是不是全屏的状态。
我现在已经在我这里已经在处理了，在点击下一页在讲了。就是你那边就看不到我这个话，对不对？
对，我们这边还是没有看到您往下走。
对啊，所以我就说这个可能是有问题的，我就说我干脆到时候
现在
我就这样直接这样一个页走算了，就这样走，
可以可以的。
到时候把
可以的可以的。
用中文讲没问题吧？
没问题没问题。
好，谢谢。
好，谢谢老师。Hi, Miss Yemin. 可以用下了吗？那个怎么办的话，可以转 PDF。不是，我是那个吴一敏，他下了。还有下了吗？把所有的那个参与者的小头全部拿出来，我看一下。吴一敏是不是又下线了？下了，把那个放上去了。 放一点点的，可能要把它那个。你都替换了吧，Andy？那个都替换了啊。往下走一个啊。啊，我提醒您。
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Miss Yimin, can you hear us? Miss Wu Yimin from HD Center, can you hear us?
Jenny, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now. You mute yourself. Could you unmute yourself? Open your microphone. Miss Yemin? Dr. O is on. Could you hear us?
Yes, I could hear you very well. Hi.
Okay, okay. See you then.
You can see me, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it's
Thank
working.
you.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于1分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 1 minute. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
各位来宾，大家下午好！欢迎大家回到2022年海洋合作与治理论坛分会场。接下来要进行的是议题7：蓝色伙伴关系与海洋可持续发展。首先，有请本议题线下嘉宾中国海洋发展基金会副理事长兼秘书长潘新春先生，中改国号自由贸易港法律研究中心主任李纯先生。世界自然基金会瑞士北京代表处海洋政策经理朱争光先生到台上落座。现在有请本议题的主持人潘新春理事长、副理事长主持本议题。
尊敬的吴世成主席，尊敬的各位领导、各位专家、各位朋友、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。本议题有5位发言人，4位评论嘉宾。在此我代表这一场的所有代表，向线上、线下和9位发言人参加这个议题表示热烈的欢迎。蓝色伙伴关系已成为当下的热词。蓝色伙伴关系是中国代表团在2017年6月联合国第1届海洋大会上提出来的。当时提出3点倡议：一是中国愿意与各国构建蓝色伙伴关系，增进全球海洋治理的平等互信；第二是中国愿意与各国推动发展蓝色经济，促进海洋开发的良性循环；三是中国愿意与各国推动生态文明建设，承担保护海洋环境的重大责任。此3点建议当时受到很多国家的热烈响应， 会下会后主动与我们交流的国家很多，当时我也是代表团成员之一。主要想起现在还记忆犹新。今年6月，联合国在葡萄牙里斯本举行第2届海洋代表大会，中国代表团在会上发布了蓝色伙伴关系原则，内容包括保护海洋生态、应对气候变化、防治海洋污染、可持续利用海洋资源、促进蓝色增长等16个方面的内容。中国愿意与各国构建蓝色伙伴关系，共享发展经验。40多年来，中国在海洋经济发展、海洋生态建设、海洋科技研究等方面取得巨大成就。中国在海洋经济持续快速增长。2021年，中国海洋生产总值达到9.385亿元人民币，比3年增长8.3%，对国民经济增长的贡献力为8%，占沿海地区生产总值比重为15%。其中，海南省今天我们开会的地方，比3年增长24.5%，对全省国民经济增长的贡献力达到30.7%。中国海洋保护地面积也不断扩大，设立了海洋自然保护地145个，面积已经超过800万公顷。在“十三五”期间，还修复滨海湿地2.3万公顷，横树林200多公顷，整治修复岸线1200多公里。中国海洋实验技术也不断得到攻克，如海洋波浪潮流发电、海上风电、海洋药物、深远海养殖、防治育苗、海水淡化、深潜探测、智能港口技术等取得丰硕成果，并转化成强大的发展动力。这些经验弥足珍贵，我们愿意与各国分享。中国愿意与各国构建蓝色伙伴关系，促进相互发展。中国已与149个国家和32个组织签署了共建“一带一路”协议，已成为140多个国家和地区的主要贸易伙伴。货物贸易总额居世界第一，吸引外资和对外投资具世界潜力，形成更大范围、更宽领域、更深层次对外开放格局，也为各国开创出一条通往共同繁荣的机遇之路，赢得国际社会的广泛赞誉。中国涉海的相关政府部门、科研院校、大中企业社会组织与100多个国家围绕海洋科技、海洋经贸、海洋人文等方面开展了积极合作，取得了互惠互赢的成效。这些务实合作推动了双方的发展，实现了双赢，为更广泛、更深入合作奠定了基础。朋友们，中国将以更加开放、包容、务实、互惠共赢的理念与各国开展合作，构建蓝色伙伴关系，共同推动蓝色经济发展和海洋生态文明建设，携手促进联合国2030年可持续发展议程的全面落实。这是我的开场白，也是我的发言。下面我们再按照议程要求，首先请谭勇先生发言。谭勇先生是中国自然资源部第2海洋研究所研究员，联合国大陆架界限委员会委员。请谭勇先生。
好，谢谢潘秘书长。那我共享一下这个屏幕。好，尊敬的各位专家，大家下午好。很高兴参加我们这个非常感谢呢吴院长和钟博士的邀请。刚刚那个潘秘书长解释了，我是来自于海洋2所，是大陆架界限委员会委员。今天我的报告题目是大陆架划界 在“一带一路”中的实践。作为大陆架界限委员会委员，在这里我必须做一个免责的声明：今天的观点并不能代表大陆架界限委员会的观点。大家也知道，联合国海洋法公约目前是最重要也是最广泛的多边条约之一。目前至少有168个国家和组织签署了协议，其中呢，第76是掉线了吗？谭毅老师掉线了吗？那这样，你稍整理一下，下面请吴一鸣教授发言。吴一鸣教授是新加坡人道主义对话中心东南亚区域主任，请吴一鸣教授。
Miss Wu Yimin?
Yes, hi.
Okay. It's your turn, please.
Sure. Good afternoon, 大家好. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for the kind invitation. And I would also like to send warm greetings from Singapore to our distinguished moderator, fellow panelists, and all participants. Now, if I might share my screen here. There. I hope you can all see my screen. So today I'll be speaking on the Common Fisheries Resource Analysis, also known as CIFRA. So before I begin talking about CIFRA, please let me share a personal experience with you. Prior to joining HD, my current organization, I was a government negotiator sent to the halls of the UN in New York, the UNFCCC, and the WTO in Geneva. In these halls, my job was to negotiate. But at the same time, we realized that we spent so much effort trying to reach an agreement and to close the deal. But to what extent was that really helping those in need? Hence, there was a sense among some that perhaps beyond agreements, we should also be striving for action-based collaboration, as that brings changes that are truly implementable, that are meaningful and sustainable. I believe that the Common Fisheries Resource Analysis, or CIFRA for short, is such an action-based collaboration. So today I'm going to make 3 points on the CIFRA. Why is the CIFRA important? What is the CIFRA and what next? So first, what is the Common Fisheries Resource Analysis? Since 2018, HD has been promoting collaborative management of South China Sea fish stocks among China, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. The discussions became an active collaboration, and the South China Sea littoral states put their resources together so that on the 2nd of September this year, in concurrent meetings in Manila, this is all of us in Manila, as well as in Beijing, the 5 countries jointly and publicly launched the region's first Common Fisheries Resource Analysis on skipjack tuna in the South China Sea. At the event, Philippine National Security Advisor, Professor Carlita Carlos, kindly gave the keynote address, and representatives from 5 foreign ministries also attended the launch. Let me share with you what Dr. Carlos said. She talked about how that she wants the scientists to take the front line here as the major actors in resolving the issue, because it is the scientists who will have a different mind frame about the sea. In short, different perspectives are clearly needed to produce inclusive and sustainable outcomes for the South China Sea. The choice of skipjack tuna was intentional, as it was found in all 5 countries' waters. The 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, also lists it as a highly migratory species. In short, CIFRA is a small step in establishing the blue partnerships that we are talking about in this region. This brings me to my second point. Why is the CIFRA important? May I offer you 5 reasons here? First, fish are key for our sustainable development. This includes Sustainable Development Goal 1, no poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, SDG 12, responsible consumption production, SDG 13, life below water, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. That's a lot of SDGs. Second, no one country can address the issue of fish stocks in the South China Sea alone, because fish have no passports. They do not respect national boundaries, and they will crisscross boundaries as they like. However, the South China Sea does not have a regional fisheries management body that brings everyone together. This makes a blue partnership like CIFRA particularly crucial in this region, and we need international cooperation. Third, the CIFRA gives policymakers sound scientific evidence on which to make decisions. This enables the decisions to be more fruitful and implementable. In the case of the CIFRA, the various scientists and officials agreed to undertake the fish stocks analysis. They then collected data and they put together and shared it into a common analysis and co-authored a scientific and policy paper. Fourth, such marine science has the potential to lead to a substantive and development benefits for both the people and the ecology of the South China Sea. And it does so in a sustained, structured, and practical form of cooperation. Fifth, action-based collaboration, like the CIFRA, has the potential to produce a positive spillover effect on conflict management by building trust between the various littoral states of the South China Sea, as the parties are actively working together to produce a positive outcome that will benefit all of their peoples. As such, partnerships like the CIFRA need to be supported and institutionalized. If I might just summarize, what have we achieved? Through the CIFRA, we have delivered scientific evidence to improve policies and sustainable development. We have developed norms and standards for cooperation, and we have demonstrated that we can do trust building in a way that will benefit the region in a scientific way. Now, what is next? Now that I've given you some good news, that blue partnerships and sustainable marine development is actually being put into practice through initiatives like the Common Fisheries Resource Analysis, I now have to bring you some bad news. Fish stocks are at risk in the region. Since the 1950s, our fish stocks have collapsed by 75 to 90%. And this will likely get worse with climate change. The problem is that as fish stocks deplete, fishermen also go further out to fish, and this can create tensions with others in the region. And as we spoke about earlier, fish are such key to our sustainable development in terms of food and livelihoods. Hence, a stock collapse will devastate the regional environment and can result in social, economic, and political instability. Hence, I would say that the blue partnerships like CIFRA are not just nice to haves. They are actually crucial to preventing fish stocks collapse and allowing for stability in the region and for us to build peace. We thus call on everyone to support such initiatives like the CIFRA because we all play a role in building a sustainable environment that's conducive for blue partnerships. And you can do so by getting involved or by supporting the various actors and agencies who are working on these initiatives. If you want to know about CIFRA, feel free to get in touch with us. At the same time, let me show you our next steps, which is that we will be publicizing and ensuring that the findings of the CIFRA are understood by government officials who can integrate findings into their policy making. We'll be scaling up and leveraging on our network of scientists and government officials to undertake increased scientific collaboration. And we will also be institutionalizing the product by encouraging coastal states to endorse it as a scientifically based cooperation management of the South China Sea's fisheries resources. Let me now conclude with some highlights and some key learning points from the CIFRA launch in September. So here are some highlights from the various news resources. To show you some of the headlines, both in English as well as in Chinese. At the CIFRA launch, we had many prominent speakers who gave very good advice. And I quote here Dr. Xue Guifang from the Shanghai Jiao Tong University, who says that we now already have solid science to support policymakers to understand the situation, to push the policymakers or practitioners to work really seriously to resolve the issue. Our Vietnamese panelist, Wu Haidang, also highlighted that we should be listening to our fish. In summary, CIFRA is a blue partnership and an action-based collaboration. It is serving to bring sustainable development benefits from food to peace for the people and the ecology of the South China Sea. We welcome your support and hope that we can all share more good news together on the CIFRA and on the South China Sea in the future. I thank you.
吴教授主要讲的这个南海的渔业的科学行动，这个成为南海可持续发展的一个重要的一个根据或者是依据，还讲到伙伴关系建立的这种必要性，能促进可持续发展。好，谢谢吴老师。那么下面那个谭颖好了吗？下面请洪正和这个海军军校，何正和海军军校是马来西亚海事研究所海洋经济与产业执行主任，请洪正和教授发言。
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Dr. Wu Sichun for the invitation for me to talk at this important forum. I'm pleased to share my view on the topic of my discussion as shown in the slide which I will present. Just 1 second. Okay. Can you see my slide?
可以看到。
Okay.
PPT.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, but I cannot
need
see
to
my own slides.
You need to choose your PowerPoint.
I need
your
to
slides.
refer to my slide too.
You share to screen. You share your screen now, but you should share your slides. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I share now. Okay. Thank you to the organizer for inviting me. This is my second time to talk in this important forum. the topic of my presentation is on the Indian Ocean Rim Association, or IORA, blue economy, which I recommend to be a model for the South China Sea. The content of my presentation covers the following points. I will trace the development of a blue economy in the IORA, and I also talk about some challenges faced by IORA member states in implementing blue economy. And I also mentioned about the recent ASEAN leaders' commitment to the blue economy. And lastly, I'd like to recommend the IORA model to be used as a model for the South China Sea. So the objective of my presentation, as shown, first, as I mentioned earlier, deliberate on the development and also implementation of the IORA's blue economy. And I'd like to share IORA's blue economy as a model for South China Sea. Just a bit of introduction about IORA and also about blue economy. IORA is a non-binding intergovernmental organization whose members are from countries whose shores are washed by the Indian Ocean. So at the moment, there are 24 member states in the IORA, and also they have 10 dialogue partners, including China. And as we all know, ocean present opportunities for nations to use economic and social benefits from its resources. And as for the Indian Ocean, blue economy or ocean economy is gaining a very important position for countries in this region, in particular the least developed countries and also small island developed states. And currently, from my experience representing my country, Malaysia, in a number of IORA meetings, I am fortunate and also privileged to trace the development and implementation of blue economy in the IORA right from the year 2013. So all these are because of the efforts by various chairs of IORA, namely Australia in 2013 to 2014, in which Australia is very instrumental in initiation of the blue economy in the association, as well as the effort to make declaration to commit to the blue economy in Mauritius in 2015. Next, Indonesia, which is the chair for IORA from 2015 to 2017, play important role in formulating the blue economy strategy in the IORA action plan. And in 2017, I attended the meeting in South Africa, in which IORA member states gathered in Durban and presented the challenges faced by the country in implementing respective national ocean strategies. And UAE and the current chair of the IORA, Bangladesh, continue the efforts to develop blue economy in the Indian Ocean. So just to share the experience of a big important IORA Leaders Summit in 2017 in Jakarta, in which leaders of IORA member states attended the blue economy meeting and made declaration to enhance regional cooperation towards a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indian Ocean. And the leaders of IORA make commitment to implement actionable blue economy projects such as financing of blue economy, research and development, technology transfer, sharing of information, exchange program, and expertise. And leaders also continue their commitment to make sustainable action to tackle IUU fishing, climate change, debris pollution, and biodiversity loss during the summit in March 2017 in Jakarta. So this is the picture of IORA Leader Summit in 2017, in which the country leaders of member states of IORA attended in Jakarta. Then came December 2017 again. Member states foreign minister attended IORA meeting in Durban, and the leaders of IORA member states made commitment to the blue economy, as well as deliberated their challenges faced by the country in implementing blue economy, in particular to balance economic growth of the country, as well as to sustain environment issues of the respective countries. Okay. So in the IORA, the blue economy strategy covers 4 important areas: port and shipping, fisheries and aquaculture, renewable ocean energy, and lastly, offshore hydrocarbon and seabed minerals. So as for ports and shipping, as we all know, Indian Ocean is an important sea line of communication between the resource-rich Middle East and the emerging economy superpower, China. Thus, it is significant in a global economy, particularly in port and shipping. So as for the port sector, in the Indian Ocean region, even though the region continues to grow, however, the member states are struggling to keep pace with the rapid developments in terms of financing infrastructure of ports. As for shipping, on the other hand, the member states are facing with the problem of growing nomination of European shipping companies in the, as well as the shipping alliances, as well as the emergence of mega vessels, in which ports in the region are unable to cater for the mega vessels to come to use their ports. So as for fisheries and aquaculture, fisheries are one of the key resources of the Indian Ocean, as it contributes to the livelihood of coastal population, besides being a food source for hundreds of millions in the region. So now the region is faced with the problem of either fully exploited or over-exploited, and fish stock is rapidly depleting in the Indian Ocean. As for the aquaculture, the sector is very new, and the technology and resources remain lacking in this sector. Next, renewable ocean energy. IORA member states highly dependent on imported fossil fuels as their main source of energy release carbon, which contribute to increased levels of greenhouse gases, subsequently causing global warming and climate change. So this not only pollutes the environment, but also threatens ecological stability and food security. Thus, they may need to look for alternative, sustainable, and renewable ocean energy such as wave energy, tidal range, tidal currents, and ocean thermal energy conversion, or OTEC. And lastly, offshore hydrocarbon and seabed minerals. In the Indian Ocean, blue economy also covers offshore hydrocarbon and seabed minerals, which have a high potential for development both unilaterally or bilaterally with neighboring countries. So in 2015, IORA held a workshop on the exploration and development of seabed minerals and hydrocarbon in Bali, Indonesia. However, research and development in the seabed and mining sectors, especially deep sea mining, remains undeveloped in the Indian Ocean region. Then I'd like to bring your focus to ASEAN. So recently, in the 38th ASEAN Summit held in Brunei, ASEAN leaders make commitment to blue economy, and they reaffirm their commitment to take lead on the regional cooperation in relation to the blue economy. And they agree that the blue economy for ASEAN refers to sustainable use, management, and conservation of oceans, seas, as well as marine and coastal resources and ecosystem. And they agree to cooperate in the promotion of the blue economy by engaging partnership with relevant stakeholders such as private sectors, financial institutions, youth, scientific community, and academia. And ASEAN leaders also recognize the emerging significance of the blue economy during the meeting, and they agreed to host a meeting in among the ASEAN members on the blue economy in 2021. And they contribute to the ASEAN's objective of reaching a common understanding on the blue economy for the region, as well as ASEAN also trying to identify areas that the association can work together with other partners, including ASEAN's dialogue partners. So my last point that I'd like to present is the experience faced by IORA member states can be a model for South China Sea. So as we all know, in the South China Sea, the countries in the region are dependent on the sea living and non-living natural resources for food, trade, transport, and security. And the sea in the region contains some of the world's most important shipping lanes, as well as rich maritime resources such as oil reserves, natural gas, and fisheries. However, the region is rife with dispute from claimant countries demanding ownership of maritime space and its resources. So I'd like to recommend the experience by the IORA could serve as a model for blue economy in the South China Sea. And blue economy could also be a multilateral interim solution to the region's disputes while boosting the economy of countries bordering the sea. And the challenges faced by IORA member states, such as balancing economic growth and environmental sustainability, can be an experience or lesson to the countries in surrounding the South China Sea. So with this, thank you very much for listening to my presentation. I will answer if there are any other questions posed later on. Thank you very much.
好的，谢谢洪正和教授。洪正和教授主要是介绍了他一个反印度洋的一个协会，它英文简写是 IORA，介绍他对这个组织的蓝色经济的做法。这个组织是由24个成员国，10个对话国，他说的中国也在里面，10个对话国。那么讲到蓝色经济的概念，讲到他们的做法，特别后来强调了他们在蓝色经济需要合作，需要保护，需要发展这些低碳产业，包括风电、海洋能、波浪能等等。最后他归纳了，就说他们的经验可以值得很多国家借鉴。谢谢洪教授，下面继续请谭勇教授，刚才掉线了。
不好意思，
继续请你。
好了，
好，
我再共享一下看看是否这次还好。请问能看到我这个共享屏幕吗？
现在看不到，没出来画面。
好嘞，
是信号不好还是？
还没出来。
对。
我可能有个这个周盟有问题了。 还是没有？
是你那的问题啊，这应该是没问题，刚才几个都。
这个可以看到吗？
看到你人，但是你 PPT 看不到。
PPT 看不到，我再重新弄一下。
如果实在不行，你就说也行。
我可能真的有问题了，可能。现在呢？
唐勇老师，我们这边还是看不到您这边的共享，要不您把那个 PPT 分享给我？
还是看不到。好嘞，我马上发你。
你发我，然后我这边来共享吧。
对，这样就
好。好。不好意思，我这个网络纽约的早晨好像这网络有点问题。
唐老师，你那个地方是早晨几点啊？现在？
现在早晨是1点40。
哇，这耽误你睡觉了啊？
没事，我这个。
唐勇老师，你再把 PPT 发给我是吗？
对，我在这找你，在这发，在这马上发。要不你们先进去。
要不就先下一个。
那唐老师，我先问，你稍等一会，我继续下一个好不好？啊，好嘞。
好的，不好意思。
好嘞，好。下面请纳彭波波塔纳查，这位教授是泰国国立政法大学法学院的教授。下面请纳彭教授，请。
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope my microphone works well and also the presentation. Thank you, President Tishun, for having me again. It is my privilege to serve the institution in this kind of conference. And I hope that in the very, very near future, when the borders return to normal businesses, I can visit the institution in China after a couple of years of only virtual conference. I'm surprised and also delighted to see my long lost colleagues as well. Ms. Yemin, if you still remember me from E-Floor Summer Academy, back in 2014, we were in the same class on that year. I will not take long with respect to my presentation, but my topic to today is concerning plastic pollutions. I've been obsessed with plastic pollution for a couple of years. In fact, in the broader context, I've been working for plastic for the past 10 years with land-based pollutions. My agendas for today is what can we do while we are waiting for the new plastic treaty. I'm trying to set the scenes as what is happening now, then I call on some pain points that we international communities and especially international lawyers are facing with respect to harnessing different multilateral environmental agreements in dealing with plastic pollutions. I'll try to highlight, what are the loopholes that needs to be filled in, and one of the important loopholes to which subject to our discussion today is with respect to interaction between the existing multilateral environmental agreements in dealing with plastic pollutions. I'm trying to, see if there are any legal basis for interactions, and if so, what kind of or in what forms interactions can be instituted or initiated, and at what levels. And by way of conclusions, I'm trying to offer, some challenges and prospects with respect to interaction in different multilateral environments. As everybody knows, I guess, it's since March these years that the United Nations Environment Assembly decided to adopt a resolution ending plastic pollutions, and there are agreed works toward an international legally binding agreements. And now the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee is established, and hopefully we can get something concrete by the end of 2024. And within these, is the ambitions of the negotiating committee to have, a new, perhaps international legally binding instruments that cover a broad range of aspects of full life cycle of plastic pollutions. This is, one of the perhaps a longer term plans that international community is working towards. But, well, we all know that we are not getting such kind of agreement in couples of days, as Rome doesn't really build in one day. So there are things that needs to be done while we are waiting. And I think what we need to do in this time is that finding the way to tackle plastic pollution more effectively. When we're talking about marine plastic pollution, of course, everybody refers to the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, and it is the global instrument that provides jurisdictional frameworks of rights and obligation of state with respect to protection of the marine environment, especially from land-based pollution, to which plastic pollution form one of the important source category. But international community, especially international lawyers, also faced with difficulty, because if you look at the way in which rights and obligation with respect to obligation concerning plastic pollution is stipulated, you see that states have the duty to prevent, reduce, control pollution from land-based source, including plastic pollutions, and they have to take into account internationally agreed rule, standard, recommended practice and procedure, which needs further elaborations and has long been subject to criticisms that there are no qualification or counts as these internationally agreed rule, standard, recommended practice and procedures. The fact that in reality there are several multilateral environmental agreements, works on plastic pollutions apart from UNCLOS as well, but they also works in isolation from each other and taps into plastic pollution from different aspects. And these create difficulty as well for us as an international lawyers, because after all, when the marine environment doesn't really care, the legal fictions created by we lawyers, but because the marine environment as a single whole, it is us that's struggling with these, because we're trying to fragment the international instrument addressing different bits of the environment. But once we have to read all of the different, international or multilateral environmental agreements together in order to tackle these cross-cutting issues like plastic pollutions, we start to have problems, because we don't really know, or we not sure whether or not we can apply or interpret, the existing multilateral environmental agreements in a complementary manners, or we run into conflicts. But these are also an opportunity to reinforce perhaps our attempt to address plastic pollution, because the works out there are so meaningful that there are lots of things going on in the different regimes of multilateral environmental agreements, but they have never discussed at the same time or find an opportunity to discuss the works from each other in order, to complement each other's. So I think, the key message I want to take from these, present in these conference is that there should be more interactions between these multilateral environmental agreements that, dealing in one way or another with plastic pollutions. One needs to find legal basis for this. And if you look at, all the major multilateral environmental agreements that dealing with plastic pollution from different aspects, though, you will see that there are, in the provisions of most of the provision of the text, you see that there are either ones or some provisions that trying to offer a potential grounds, for example, for interactions between different regimes. UNCLOS provide, its relationship with other international agreements in Article 311, CBD also give, for example, relationship with other, or the way in which CBD should be applied and interpreted, an established relationship with Arthur's Convention in Article 22. UNCCD combat desertification also have these kind of, provisions. London dumping regime, MARPOL, or even Brussels have these kind of, provisions that outline the way in which its regime would interact with others. It also suggests, a specific relationship between each as well. For examples like UNCLOS seem to present certain supremacy over other international agreements, so as the Basel Convention, when it deals with other conventions that regulate hazardous substance and waste. There are different kinds of relationships that have been established, with respect to interactions in these agreements as well. For example, like CBD, London dumping regime, or MARPOL Convention, hint on specific subjugation to other international agreements. CBD is a very good example in these cases because the way in which it requires state parties to CBD to apply and interpret its provision has to be in accordance with the law of the Sea Convention. And if you look at London dumping regimes and also MARPOL Convention, you will see also that given the fact that it predates the existence of UNCLOS, but there are provisions that basically defines and show the intention of the state parties not to interpret and apply these agreements, on the contrary to what is written in the UNCLOS, or at the time, the negotiation leading to the adoption of the law of the Sea Convention. So there are, in fact, perhaps a legal basis for these interactions, or the way in which different regimes can work together on a cross-cutting issue like plastic pollutions. But how should these, get it done in practice? I think there are different levels to which the cooperation or interaction can be established. Firstly, if you look at the broadest level, it can be, an interactions between different MEAs, Conference of the Parties. Because if you check also the competence of different Conference of the Parties of the MEA that dealing with plastic pollution, you will see that most of the major convention also provides or give the Conference of the Party the ability, to interact or to cooperate with other institutions, including other, international agreements. Conventions like, UNCCD is also crystal clear in, trying to interact with others, convention, especially CBD or UNFCCC, in trying to avoid duplications of the same work program in order to enhance efficiency when dealing with the issue of overlapping areas. These are a potential software, or at the broadest level, at the COPs, Conference of the Parties, that can be interacted, to which actually we've seen some of examples already, especially in the context of waste management, where you see the synchronization or the synergy process between the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Convention, to which each of the Conference of the Parties decided to hold the synergy process, where you have the plenary for each and every COP to sit together and discuss matters that relate to all of these issues. If it's too broad or if it's too high level, perhaps another potential avenues for interaction is through secretariats of different MEAs. Because again, if you look at the competence provided for secretariat in each and every multilateral environmental agreement shown on the presentation, you see here and that there are competent provides or authority provide for the secretariat in orders for them to establish cooperation with different international organizations, international institutions, or to work with other secretariats of the MEA in order to synchronize their work and try to avoid duplication. We have in the past, for example, in the case of CBD, where the secretariat of the CBD established a relationship in form of the memorandum of understanding with certain departments within the UNEP in order to enhance the work with respect to land-based pollutions. These are perhaps, the potential of that avenues that we can do while we are waiting for the new plastic treaties to get realized. But of course, the two avenues that I've mentioned come with also challenges. Let's talk about the good sides first. So, as I mentioned, when you create a forums where states can discuss, the same issue that relates to several international obligations, it allows states, to acting by one particular actions, in response to different obligation, and of these, of course, avoid duplications on the same program of works. Basically, with a one shot, you can get, couples of birds in one shot, and it's also enhanced, good practice upon, delegations of, different state parties as well in trying to look, in a more broader sense, or perhaps in a more systematic way with respect to relationship of different multilateral environmental agreement, should there are also concerning plastic pollution. We, for lawyers, I think these create a good practices of trying to interpret and apply different obligations under different multilateral environmental agreement in a complementary ways as well. These, qualitative or qualities, I think these, discussions in, in a forum such as this, where interaction happens, also helps inform the negotiation process. The negotiating committee don't have to go to every bit of the different secretariat in order to get information on the same issues, but these forum can provide very constructive informations that has been discussed from the various perspective, from Basel perspective, from CBD perspective, from London dumping regime perspective, when it's come to plastic pollution, and can inform the negotiation process. These accelerates the process and also saves pretty much time for discussions, and of course ultimately it enhances the better protection of the marine environment. But of course, prospects always come with challenges as well. In order to have such kind of interactions, we need instructions. And the instruction can be from nowhere but the conference of the party itself. It's required a lot of political will as well to see the needs for each and different multilateral environmental agreement, work on plastic pollutions to hold these kind of events, as it did with the synergy regime between Basel, Stockholm, and Rotterdam conventions. It is not only the instructions that would need huge political support internationally, but also the form of interactions as well. It requires states to choose the form of interaction. Of course, holding a back-to-back conference of the party or holding, conference of the party together would require a lot of political support. And if that is too burdensome or too challenging, perhaps we can scale down, starting with secretariat corporations. The good thing of starting at secretariat corporation is the fact that the two secretariat can, exchange information, technical policy or legal informations, and take it back to their corps in order to report or inform state party. These, also helps generate a network of information flow with respect to the cross-cutting issue like plastic, and makes decision-making is more quality in a sense. One of the challenges, perhaps, should they decide to have these interaction both in corps, especially with conference of the parties, either back-to-back or holding together as conference of the party for different MEAs, is administrative and arrangement issues. Because I've been discussing these with some of the delegates from different countries, and they say, well, if it is, the same, well, the problem of some and several states would be that it is not the same sets of government officials or authority that form delegations for each and different multilateral environmental agreement. I mean, if you are to hold back-to-back conference of the parties, or to hold conference of the party together, it means a larger, or more members of the delegate have to be, form part of that particular conference of the parties. And that would create huge lot of financial problems to some of the states. And that also requiring financial support in this sense. State perhaps also have to find a way to work towards or working out of these problems as well, because this arrangement, especially for most of the developing countries, would be quite an issue because it would cost them a fortune in order to form a larger and a more extended mission when it's involved more than one, conference of the parties meeting. I think this is perhaps what I can offer at these states with respect to what we can do while we are waiting for the new plastic treaty. And I would stop my presentation here and would welcome all comment and questions when the time is right. Thank you very much.
谢谢纳鹏教授。纳鹏教授研究微缩已经有10年，那么联合国环境署制定微缩这个国际文书之前，他提议应该做点什么，所以他提了应该是从多边协议、联合国海洋法311条，还有一些别的一些协议，找到微缩的一些具有法律效应的一些文书来开展一些工作。那么怎么协同，怎么不重复，他提了很多建议，我觉得提得非常好。谢谢纳鹏教授。唐老师好了吗？下面请唐云教授继续。唐老师。
潘秘书长，真的不好意思。
没事。对，这次肯定成功，没问题。
那我有人给我翻页是吧？
你就中文吧。
对的，我们这边在翻页。
好，谢谢，直接翻到下一页吧。
可以了吗？
谢谢，能翻到下一页吗？
好，这个可以吗？
我又看不到翻了好嘞，就是委员会，我作为委员呢，必须要有一个免责声明，就是我的观点并不能代表委员会的观点。好，谢谢，下一页。海洋法公约目前刚才大家讲的也是说最重要也是最广泛的多边条约之一。它呢第76条规定了一个关于大陆架是如何定义的。大陆架定义呢，实际上就是陆地的自然延伸。同时呢，大陆架也规定了它是沿海国呢对此拥有对探测海底资源的主权。所以呢，由此产生的大陆架划界就引起了沿海国家对参与国际治理、加强海洋管理和发展本身的海洋经济的一个重视。好，下一页，谢谢。大陆架这张图呢显示了大陆架实际上是一个综合的信息技术，它包含了海洋地质、海洋地区物理、水深、海洋地区化学、国际海洋法和地理信息系统一个高度综合的混合前沿技术。那么如何确定大陆边缘和大陆架的外部界限呢？公约第76条就规定了2条共识线。第一条呢是距离共识线，就是破角线外吹60海里。第二个呢就是1%陈旧厚度线。同时呢，为了维护全人类的利益，防止大陆架扩展的过度主张，就确定了2条限制线，分别是350海里距离限制线和2500米等深线外吹100海里深度限制线。这个采用何种规则，主要取决于划界案的自然科学条件以及沿海国想采用哪一个最大的有利的原则。好，下一页，谢谢。这一页显示的就是法律上的大陆架，就相当于我们地学上的大陆边缘。那么大陆边缘动力学是大陆架划界的理论基础。如何确定大陆架外部界限的核心是确定破角点。你可以继续点。除了地形上来通过梯度变化最大来确定之外，还需要高度复杂的地质地球物理证据。这张图上显示了在不同路源、不同地质构造特征的情况下，像大陆边缘的自然延伸、海底扇、不同洋脊、洋路过渡带等等， 它要点的确定就变得极为困难。你继续点，这是一个动画。这样呢，就需要高分辨率的地质和深部地球物理数据，成为理解大陆边缘动力学和大陆架化界的主要关键因素。下一页，谢谢。根据公约成立的那个大陆架界限委员会，是主要由21名地质、地球物理和测绘专家组成。那么委员会的主要职能就是审议沿海国提交的化界数据，并且依据76条和谅解声望备忘录做出一个建议。这种建议呢，在沿海国同意的基础上具有最终的约束力。委员会呢，也是一直致力于贡献维护世界海洋和平与可持续发展。在长期的实验之中，委员会有自己的议事规则和科学技术指南，并且呢，长期坚持有终端不审议的实践，避免委员会陷入国家之间的划界争端。下一页，谢谢。这张图显示了目前全球有74个沿海国家向委员会提交了101个划界案，包含9个修正划界案，主张的面积呢达到了3200万平方公里，相当于一个非洲大陆的大小。到目前为止，委员会已经批准了35个建议，仅仅完成了1/3工作量，所以说目前进展还不是很快。好，谢谢，下一页。从01年的俄罗斯提交的第一个划界案到2009年，划界案增加到了50个，到了2015年突破了80个，到今年则突破了100个大关。将来呢，还会有更多的划界案继续加入，这样呢，委员会的工作量大增。目前呢，已经成立了9个小组委员会，每一个委员需要同时审议3个划界案。工作时间呢，待在纽约的时间每年从4周，现在也集中到21周，还不包含闭会期间的大量的工作。下一页，谢谢。除了继续提交新的全部或者部分划界案，沿海国提交的修正划界案也在不断的增多。2011年出现了第一个修正划界案，到2021年则达到了9个修正划界案，还不包含审议过程中划界案的不断补充和完善，就是导致委员会需要不断的重新审议。修正划界的建议呢，目前也通过4个，还在排队和审议的划界案达到66个，平均每个划界案等待的时间需要11年。下一页，谢谢。这样，大陆边缘动力学的高速发展，就带动了大陆架划界技术的新发展。一些新的海底新技术不断用于大陆架勘测，像 AOV、ROV 一些近地的地震探测，不断的用于新的大陆架勘测，使得沿海国不断重新修改完善自己本国的大陆架划界案。部分通过建议的划界案呢，也有可能因为沿海国不同意重新提交，这样呢，就海量的科技数据，使得委员会审议时间较长。由于需要对每一个划界案的数据进行处理、解释和验证，导致委员会审议的时间工作量大幅增加。每一个划界案的审议时间基本上在4到6年。下一页，谢谢。在全球的大陆架划界的影响之下，非洲陆源呢是一个典型的被动大陆边缘，是公约76条大陆架划界的理论基础。目前的非洲有38个沿海国家提交了19个划界案，主张面积约700万平方公里。目前委员会审议通过了5个建议案，还在审议和排队中的有14个划界案，包括东非8个、西非5个、南非1个。下一页，谢谢。在非洲，2007年毛里求斯与塞舌尔 第一个提交了非洲的划建案，他们是一个联合划建案。2011年委员会通过了该建议，到2020年在非洲总共通过了5个建议，目前剩余14个划建案还在审议和排队之中。审议的时间较长，导致非洲发展中国家需要付出一定的财力来维持技术队伍，并随时跟踪更新他们的划建案。下一页。非洲的大陆架划界面临着日新月异发展的科技的挑战和委员会对数据精度的高标准要求。国际上大型油气公司在非洲陆源开展了大量的油气资源调查，勘测了大片的近海区域，发现了80多个沉积盆地，这些呢可以服务于非洲的海洋经济。但是缺乏用于大陆架划界的高精度深部地球物理数据和全覆盖多波束地形数据以及原味采样，难以满足委员会审议划界案的高标准。下一页，谢谢。中国的大陆架划界技术目前已经成熟，可以与发展中国家较好的开展合作。在国家海洋局的支持下，我们与尼日利亚开展了几内亚湾大陆边缘调查合作，12年开展了中尼联合航次，取得了丰硕的成果，服务于尼日利亚大陆边缘科学研究和大陆架划界，并且通过海洋奖学金先后培养了7名博士，这7名博士已经全部回国，担任了重要的科研岗位。下一页，谢谢。由于在深远海缺乏调查的稀少，东非陆源呢也存在着很多待解决的多个重大自然科学问题。莫桑比克的大陆架划界案采用了大量的全球公开数据，部分关键区域缺少实测数据。为了进一步完善莫桑比克的大陆架划界案，在2016年，我们由莫桑比克开展了首次莫桑比克陆源调查航次，取得了丰富的地球物理数据，并且签署了锁机协议。下一个，谢谢。随着合作的深入发展，自然资源部与莫桑比克内水渔业部签署了合作海洋界备忘录，决定于2021年再次实施中莫联合调查航次。在当年国际疫情严重的情况下，我们邀请了5名莫桑比克科学家一起上船参与联合调查，取得的重要数据高达9000多公里，特别是获得了深部地震 OBS、多岛地震和水文 CTD 数据，服务于莫桑比克大陆架划界需求。我们还连续举办了4届中莫国际研讨会，培养了留学生，开展了东非海洋科学研究和海洋空间规划合作研究。下一个，谢谢。应塞舌尔政府的请求，2016年我们实施了中国塞舌尔国际合作航次，对塞舌尔大陆架划界区域实施了全覆盖多波束调查，并联合处理数据，使得塞舌尔的大陆架划界案在2018年通过了大陆架界限委员会的建议，并且呢，我们分别与塞舌尔签署了锁机和户籍合作协议，多方面开展了中塞海洋科技和空间规划研究合作，成为与印度洋小岛屿国家海洋科技合作的典范。下一个，谢谢。2021年，我们与马达加斯加签署了合作协议，实施了一个国际合作航次，取得以多岛地震为主的数据高达15000多公里，联合举办了研讨会和数据处理培训，对马达加斯加的大陆架划界和马达加斯加陆源演化提供了重要的调查数据资金。下一个，谢谢。中非大陆架的合作进一步加强了海洋科技的全面合作。我们有非洲20多个国家举办了4届部级中非海洋科技合作论坛，并且还连续举办了6届大陆架国际会议，得到了联合国海法司、大陆架界限委员会、国际海底管理局和国际海洋法法庭的大力支持。下一个，谢谢。 中非大陆架的国际合作是一种双赢的行动，既加强了非洲沿海国的海洋管理，服务了大陆架划界和海洋基建规划的合作需求，又增加了海洋经济的发展和自身科研能力的提升，推动了中非海洋防灾减灾、海洋观测等的全面合作。在“一带一路”和中非论坛的指引下，结合联合国海洋实践计划，中非大陆架和大陆边缘的国际合作应该会大有可为。好，我的报告结束了，谢谢大家。
谢谢谭教授。谭教授是我们国家著名的大陆架这个专家，我们国家还有一个院士，大陆架院士李家彪院士。那么大陆架是一个非常专业的一个技术，所以大家听起来可能不一定很了解。他介绍了基本知识，也介绍了国际21名大陆架委员会的职责，你工作量很大，一个案例可能到10年或者8年，完了各国都非常重视。那么呢，我们这个部里面和莫桑比克、塞舌尔、马达加斯加，为他们大陆架勘探进行了合作。这3个国家也是基金会的海上丝路合作的项目的国家。谢谢谭老师。下面请钱天宝教授。钱天宝教授是武汉大学环境法研究所所长。钱老师，请。
主持人可以听到我讲话吗？
可以。
好的这边感谢那个我们中国南海研究院对我的邀请哈，这已经是连续几年对我们武汉大学环境法研究所和我个人呢发出邀请来参与这样的一个盛会哈。这个前面听到大家讲了很多收获也非常大。谈到我这个单元的时候呢，我就在思考哈，就是怎么样去构建这样一种蓝色的伙伴关系，然后这个去推动海洋领域的这个可持续发展。那经过了一段思考以后呢，我就在想说，想从一个中国国内法的国内的这样的一个实践哈，来看看就是未来在这个国际上有没有可能去推行这样一个陆海统筹或者海陆统筹这样一种理念对这个海洋环境保护构建这个海洋这个绿色蓝色这种伙伴关系，推动可持续发展呢，提供一个内国法的一个经验。因为我本人是做法律的嘛，感谢会议组允许我用这个中文发言哈。其实这个用英文发言也可以，但是呢，因为这个概念相对来说呢，可能更为专业一点，我想用中文呢更能准确的表达我们国内的政策和这个它的一些导向。首先一个就是这个海陆统筹，它这个概念是怎么来的哈？那我们发现，就是说大家可能都知道，在中国这样的一个社会里面呢，党的这个报告与这个就是执政党的这样的一些文件，它对政策法律的影响是非常大的。那么我们可以看到，在这个中国共产党的第19次这个大会里面呢，它中间明确提出了要坚持陆海统筹，加快建设海洋强国这样的一个目标。那么20大报告虽然没有在写进这个陆海统筹这个概念，但是呢，它反复提出一个概念，就是说要坚持山水林田湖草沙这个一体化保护和系统治理统筹这个水资源、水环境、水生态的这种治理，就是所谓的3水统筹。那这个水呢，既包括这个淡水，也包括这个海洋。然后呢，提升这个生态系统多样性、稳定和持续等等这些要求。那实际上我们可以看到，就是说，当这个强调这个陆海统筹的时候呢，实际上呢，它这种去相当于是在这个地理环境上，或者在这个科学要素上呢，它是涵盖了陆地和海洋2个大的这个地理板块。然后对一个国家来讲的话呢，它其实呢又涉及到一个国家的这个经济和社会发展，以及国家这个安全全局的这样的是一个战略性的命题。所以当提到陆海统筹这个概念的时候，我们会发现它涉及到资源的开发利用、经济的发展、社会的进步、生态的保护，甚至是一个国家主权权益的维护等等方方面面的内容。那么在这个海洋生态保护这个领域呢，陆海统筹的概念 它其实就是要贯彻现在就是中国反复提到的，就是这个叫整体系统观这样一种理念，强调陆地和海洋这两大系统它之间的一个统一的监管和整体的保护。那么这个提到这里呢，可能就要回到一个概念，就叫做这个整体系统观。那么整体系统观它是什么意思呢？其实整体系统观无论是在西方还是在我们中国呢，它都有相应的这个理论的渊源。那么在西方呢，可能更主要是来自于这种叫做生态整体性的这样一种思考。而在我们中国呢，它其实也有比较丰富的这个本土文化渊源，就是我们讲的人与自然和谐相处、天人合一这样一种理念。其实它的一个哲学上的一个本源呢，它强调的就是整体观就是用英文来表述就是 holistic approach。那这样的话呢，其实它就是说，那么整体呢，它强调的是说就是不要去割裂的看待这个相关的这种要素，而系统呢是说各个这个整体的各个组成要素之间，它会形成一个相对统一的协调的这样的一个运作机制，共同发挥更高的一种效果。所以在中国这样的一个就是语境下，当我们提到这个陆海统筹的时候，这样一种理念，它与我们现在这个生态文明建设的这个整体要求来讲呢，是不谋而合的。那在中国讲这个生态文明建设或生态文明制度，可能有的专家已经比较熟悉了，它在某种意义上可以认为是国际上所提到的这个可持续发展sustainable development 它的高阶版本。那么在这个为了实现这种生态文明进行生态文明的建设，它的这个体系呢，制度体系呢，它就实际上是一个全过程的一个思维，其实也是贯彻了一个总体的一个思维，就是从源头到过程到后果这样的一个维度，按照什么呢？按照这个源头预防过程严管和这个后果严惩这样的一个思路呢，来进行相关的这个制度建设和制度这个构建。那么总体上来讲的话呢，陆海统筹如果说要想进行一个很好的一个制度的建设和它的实施的话呢，可能也要在这样一种这个大的这个框架之内进行操作，就是要坚持这个统一的陆地和海洋的一个统一的监管和陆地生态系统、海洋生态系统的这样的一个整体的保护。那么从这样来看的话呢，我们想就是说，中国嘛现在正在去修订它的海洋环境保护法，然后这个国家这个海洋局和这个在这个行政就是国务院这个系列里面呢，这也正在进行相关的这种修改。然后未来呢，这个草案呢会从国务院提交给全国人大的环境资源委员会，再提给国家的这个法工委进行最后的这种审定，然后再交给全国人大进行审议。那么这个过程正在进行之中。那么如果我们用生态文明这样的一个语境下的这个陆海统筹这样的一个理念去观视、去考察中国当下这个海洋环境保护法的它的修改呢，我们会发现，就是如何去体现这个陆海统筹所要求的源头的严防、过程的严管和后果的严惩这样要求呢，我们可以大概呢把它作为一定的这种类型化的一种处理。那源头的预防呢，我们可以看到就是要建立陆海这个环境保护或者生态保护的一个工作协调机制，然后呢，同时呢还要设立这种分区管控的这种制度。再呢，就是通过设立这种海洋或者是保护区的这种方式来进行这种预防性的这样一种制度设计。那么在过程中呢，可能更多的是通过这个入海排污口入海河流的这种监管，以及海洋生态这个生物多样性的保护，以及海洋生态这个补偿的这些问题来进行过程这样的一个监管。那么如果说发生了一些损害后果的话呢，就通过这个海洋生态环境损害这样的一种方式来就是进行这种惩处。那么分别来看一下首先第一个就是如果说要建立这个要践行这个陆海统筹这样一种理念，在这个就需要建立一种陆海环保工作的一个协调机制。那么中国呢刚刚通过了这个环境保护海洋黄河保护法，那么以及之前通过了这个海洋这个长江保护法呢，它都有一个重大的一个这个机制这个创新，就是建立了相关工作的协调机制。那么我们希望呢未来能够在这个海洋环境保护法中呢也能体现这一点。这样呢就要把相关的这个就是中国现在正在实行的一些所叫湾长制跟河长制、湖长制并列的一些湾长制，它呢来共同负责领导海域、海岛和海岸带的综合治理。那这个湾长通常在中国这里面就是说党政的最高领导人各级的党的最高领导人，这是一个。第二个呢，可能还需要建立一些流域和海域之间环保工作的一个协调机制，以及 港口与地方政府之间关于船舶污染物、压舱水的接收、转运和处理的工作协调机制。那么再就是什么呢？就是部门之间，包括这个红树林的保护、珊瑚礁的保护、海草床的等典型的生态系统的保护之间，它可能涉及到不同的这个部门，它们之间的衔接。再就是在不同部门之间的信息通报和执法协作啊，这样来实现这样的一个整体的一个工作协调机制。那么分区管控呢，就是要进一步去落实我们中国现在正在推行的这样的一个3线1单的海洋生态环境分区管控的一些措施啊，使得我们现在当下正在实施的海洋生态环境分区管控的方案与生态环境准入的清单，与现在就是这个多规合一以后的国土空间规划这个之间呢实现一种衔接，就是根据不同的这个功能区确立它可以开展的活动的类型和它的强度做这样的一种区分。同时呢，就是要考虑到就是未来这个海洋保护区的问题。那么我们现有的海洋环境保护里面，其实是有海洋保护区和海洋特别保护区的这样的一种划分的。那么中国现在呢，其实正在进行另外一项工作，就是建立以国家公园为主体的自然保护地的体系。那么这个国家公园呢，目前已经设立的国家公园里面呢，或者正在计划设立呢，还没有海洋类型的这个国家公园。所以就是如果说未来这个法律里面呢，能够进一步的完善和统筹我们的海洋保护区的制度呢，就可以填补现在立法中海洋自然保护区的这种立法空白，同时呢，也能够厘清这个保护区与其他自然保护地与国家公园这样之间的关系。那么就需要在未来这个立法里面呢，对保护区的设立的主体、标准、程序和方法呢，建立一些相对规范的一些要求。第三个这个方面呢，就体现海陆统筹呢，就是入海口入海的排污口和入海河流的监管问题。那么这个入海统筹一个重要的内容就是怎么样去防止陆地的污染物去流入到海洋中去。那么这个就是需要对排污口进行很好的监管。那么首先就要明确一下什么叫入海排污口。那么排污口这个监管主体到底是谁就是哪些，就是它的类型和它的这个分类管控的问题。同时呢，也有一个就是什么叫入海河流特别是与这个开放式的向海排污沟渠它之间是什么一种关系。通过这样呢，就是落实流域和海域之间系统治理的配套措施，包括入海河流的生态保护、统一入河排污口和入海排污口的这种监管要求等等，这样呢达到两者之间的一种协调，陆地和海洋的一种协调。再就是这个关于海洋生物多样性的一个保护的问题。那么我们现在呢，就是这个生物多样性公约以及其他相关公约呢，其实更多的是讨论这个陆地的生物多样性的保护。那么这个海洋法公约里面正在做的这个工作，就是这个 BBNG 工作呢，它强调的是国家管辖范围以外的这个海洋生物多样性的保护。那么国家管辖范围以内的呢，其实现在很多法律在中国来讲的话，可能是有些空白的。所以就是建立这样一个海洋生物多样性保护的一个制度，填补现有法律的空白，明确相关主管部门的职责或者是建立一些相应的配套的制度，包括这个本地的调查呀、观测呀，这个发展趋势的评估和预警，以及这个海洋生物多样性的红色名录的制度外来物种的管理这个海洋物种遗传资源和濒危物种的保护等等这些对推动这个陆海统筹也会有帮助。再就是呢，我们提到就是海洋生态补偿的问题，因为海洋这个也会涉及到就是生态补偿。这个生态补偿呢，我们汉语里面就是把它翻叫 eco compensation， 但是在这个英语世界里面呢，它一般是把它理解成为叫 payment of ecological service 生态效益就是购买生态效益、购买生态服务。那这样的话呢，就是说现在整个的这个在陆地上已经开始了比较多的这样的一个生态这种补偿的一种实践。但是在涉到海洋领域的呢还不太多，所以能不能通过这次这个立法贯彻这个陆海统筹这种思想，把生态补偿的这种方式、资金、技术标准等等把它给融进去，就是去进一步去探索和完善由政府来主导、由市场来参与的这样一种多元化的这样海洋生态补偿的一种机制。最后呢，就是一个后果严惩的问题。那么这个我们海洋环境法目前的这个第89条第2款呢，其实它是确立了一定的这种海洋生态损害赔偿的一个制度。那与此同时呢，我们还有就是在陆地上曾经推行了就是生态环境损害赔偿。那么这两者之间是什么关系呢？就需要我们通过这次立法把它明确。所以我们可以觉得说，以这次海环法的第89条第2款为基础，可以确立一个海洋生态环境损害的一个基本的制度，就把它的范围从 污染的损害扩大到这个生态环境的损害。同时呢，做好与现在的就是我们讲的这生态环境损害赔偿与这个海洋领域的民事类的这个公益诉讼之间的一个衔接的问题。同时呢，侧重于海洋生态环境修复的这种要求，因为损害其实它最终是一种救济性的，是一种被动的末端的救济。那么就是修复可能比损害可能更为重要。那么最后呢，就是说如何在这个制度里面呢去体现这个中国最高人民法院和最高人民检察院这样的一个司法机关关于这个办理海洋类公益诉讼案件的一些要求，也都是为了去贯彻陆地和海洋制度的一个协调和统一的一个内容。那么我这个刚才介绍的所有的内容呢，都是以中国作为一个国家，从内国的角度去探讨这个海洋和陆地之间怎么样去统筹推进实现这种可持续发展的一种案例。那么这样的一种模型，这样的一种模式，在国内现在处于一个探索阶段，但它的一些思想、它的一些理念、它的一些原理，是不是也可以未来被其他国家所借鉴，或者说其他国家也有个成熟的经验借鉴给中国来？甚至于说可以拓展适用于其他这个国家与国家之间可以进行合作的一些海域或者是这种陆地与海洋交叉的这种领域，其实也是有这种可能性的。时间关系呢，我就不展开了，就讲到这里再次感谢这个主办方对我的邀请，感谢主持人，谢谢。
谢谢钱老师对海洋的关注，对海洋环境保护法的深入研究。我是个老海洋，也参加过海洋环境保护法的第一轮的起草，现在已经修改多次。你做这么多研究，将一些新的你研究这些领域国家正在关注，在新的修法中这些内容都会进去这是第一个。第二个就是关于陆海统筹。陆海统筹是我们海洋生态文明建设中的一个需要落实和搞清楚的一个重要部分。你刚才已经提到，陆海统筹最重要的部分就是陆地向海排污，不要把海洋当成垃圾桶，一定要搞清海洋的容量，在保持海洋生态平衡的基础上，可以做适当的排放，超过这个之前就不符合陆海统筹的要求，更不符合持续发展的观念。所以谢谢你，非常好。我们刚才你讲的是不是可以推广到别的国家？那么中国海洋发展基金会和18个国家正在就推行这个海洋空间规划、助力蓝色经济发展海洋丝路项目，我们正在跟他做空间规划，这些理念都已经融入到其中，他们感到非常的好，谢谢你。那么我们的这个发言人5个都已经发言完毕，下面呢就请我们4位评论嘉宾来开始做点评。首先请这个新加坡的国际事务研究所研究员胡一山教授，胡老师，请您。
谢谢 ，Thank you very much for inviting me to be one of the commentators for this very meaningful session. Indeed, if you listen to the 5 presentations just now, you would think they are indeed very different, they are very disparate, but actually, in my humble opinion, after listening to all these 5 presentations, they're actually interrelated to one another, and lessons from one presentation could be borrowed and learned in, for example, other presentations. For example, Dr. Tang talked about the delineation of continental shelf in the Belt and Road Initiative. He defined continental shelf under the UNCLOS. He distinguished between the legal definition of continental shelf versus the scientific continental margin. And he also introduced the functions and works of I think it's the Committee on the Limitation on Continental Shelf. And according to him, the work of this committee is increasing tremendously. But most interestingly, of course, he introduced the various joint ventures, joint investigative cruises between China and a number of African countries that could, for example, assist these African countries in submitting their continental shelf delineation request. And I think that is what it means by under the Belt and Road Initiative, the delineation of continental shelf could be one point of collaboration. I would indeed like to extend that. For example, this sort of joint investigative cruises or trips or collaborations could be beyond just continental shelf. For example, other speakers mentioned about fisheries, they mentioned about minerals, seabed minerals, they mentioned about hydrocarbons, they mentioned about port collaboration, shipping collaborations, concerns over plastic pollutions and so on. All these could be subjects of such various joint investigative cruises, not only between China and African countries, but indeed between and among all of these South China Sea littoral states, for example. Now, talking about South China Sea, Ms. Wu of Singapore mentioned the CIFRA, or Common Fisheries Resource Analysis, among the South China Sea littoral states. And she mentioned the importance for scientists to take lead for sustainable outcome in terms of fishery. And for her, this is a small step towards a so-called blue partnership. This CIFRA, of course, is important because it fulfills the UN Sustainable Development Goals, because fisheries is an issue that cannot be addressed by any one single country. And then we need sound scientific evidence for decision making. We need to have sustainable ecology. And this CIFRA would also have spillover effect as confidence building mechanisms. She warned against the possible collapse of fish stocks due to climate change, due to fishing more far away from shores, and which could lead to political and socio-economic instability. And for her, we could, for example, publicize, scale up, and institutionalize some of these CIFRA outcomes. Well, again, this could also be extended to this sort of CIFRA way of collaborative efforts. I think could be also extended to other pressing issues, such as that which worries, for example, Dr. Napong a lot, namely plastic pollution. Plastic, or especially microplastics, no boundaries, especially maritime boundaries. They would pollute more than just the territories, maritime territories of one nation. So that could also be, I think, a potential subject for a mechanism similar to CIFRA. My good friend Commander Ang introduced Indian Ocean Rim Association as a non-binding international organization trying to build blue economy, especially fisheries and aquaculture, port and shipping, renewable ocean energy, hydrocarbons, and minerals. For Commander Ang, of course, we need to at some point worry about, for example, the financing of such collaboration, the R&D and technology transfer, and also sustainability. And he's glad that the ASEAN leaders are committed to this blue economy. For Commander Ang, South China Sea's littoral states are very dependent on the resources from South China Seas, that shipping lanes are important. And but of course, we would not overlook the disputes that are ongoing on South China Seas. Indeed, I'm very intrigued by this notion of non-binding international organization. If we could explore this more, how to be non-binding and yet be efficient and effective in implementations of some of these blue economy initiatives, I think that would be very fruitful for all of us. Again, an international organizations that is non-binding, but yet yielding efficient and effective outcomes. I think that is very fruitful for all. Our friend Dr. Napong from Thailand, of course, worries a lot about plastic pollution, and I share that worry, especially maritime plastic pollution. And for him, while we are still waiting for a plastic treaty, all these multilateral environmental agreements or MEAs could work with one another. He lay out some of the legal basis, some of the potential forms of interactions among these various so-called multilateral environmental agreements or MEAs, such as through the conferences of parties and through the collaboration of the various secretariats. And he lay out some of the challenges and prospects. Indeed, I think for many other pressing issues, ranging from the fisheries mentioned just now to various exploration of blue economies such as hydrocarbons, minerals, and so on. Indeed, these sort of interim solutions should be sought while the nation parties are still looking forward to negotiate longer-term treaties. Professor Chin of Wuhan also mentioned a very interesting concept. I'm not sure I'm translating it right, but it's something like onshore-offshore coordination for maritime environmental legislation. For him, it's a strategic concept encompassing both the needs of development and conservation of environment. It's a very holistic or systemic approach of enacting environmental policy, ranging from strict prevention of pollution at the source or origin of pollution, the very strict regulations during the pollution process, and of course, strict punishment for the consequences of pollution.
胡老师，时间到，您稍快一点。
Yeah, and I think this sort of very holistic approach would be also very fruitful when we explore other similar issues such as ranging from fisheries and joint exploration of minerals. Sorry, I'm taking up a bit more time. Thank you very much.
好，谢谢胡老师。下面请马碧山教授。马碧山教授是美国中国海洋研究所创始人及执行总裁，美国华盛顿大学客座教授。下面请马老师，请。
Thank you very much. Greetings to everybody from Seattle, where it's really cold. So I'm all bundled up and I have the heater on. And so I'm a bit envious of all of you who are in Hainan or in Southeast Asia. Although I guess one of the speakers is in Wuhan. I don't know what the weather is like in Wuhan right now, but enjoy the warmth. So I want to, first of all, thank the hosts for organizing this event and for inviting me to join you, and to all the speakers who gave really great presentations. I learned a lot from your talks. And so I thought I would make a couple of general points, and then Dr. O did a terrific job summarizing the arguments of the speakers. So I thought I would just ask some of the questions that came up for me when I was listening to your talks, as a contribution to fostering discussion during our Q&A session. So the first point I want to make echoes Dr. O's point about collaboration and joint efforts. And it also very much echoes Ms. Wu's point. She ended her presentation with the notion that scientific cooperation can protect the environment and bring peace. And she also quoted from, looking at my notes here, from Dr. Clarita Carlos saying that scientists will have a different mind frame about the sea. And so I want to make a very similar point. I'm reading this book right now by Scott Moore. It's called China's Next Act. It just came out. And it's about China's efforts towards sustainability and technology. And on the very first page in his preface, so he used to work at the US State Department. He says that unlike in other discussions about contentious geopolitical and economic issues, US and Chinese representatives, so I mean, he's talking mostly about the bilateral relationship between the US and China, which is, it's a good example because it's probably the most contentious relationship right now. But he says that US and Chinese representatives in dialogues about environmental and scientific issues usually look genuinely pleased to see each other. Often scientists and other technical specialists, they seem to share an altogether different bond than the professional diplomats. So whereas a lot of the diplomatic negotiations between the US and China are very fraught, very difficult, that's generally not the case with people who work on scientific issues or technical issues. And that has definitely been my experience. And so first of all, I just want to underscore the ability and potential for working on these scientific issues and marine environmental issues to bring people together. And I think it's really important work. We, of course, need to just prevent the geopolitical issues from getting in the way, which is not easy, but there's a lot of potential for cooperation. And so the second point I want to make is I'm just, I attended some of the sessions yesterday, and I've been attending, different events on ocean issues for over a decade now. And in just that short amount of time, I'm just struck by how much emphasis there is on environmental issues now, which I think is a really great development. Oftentimes it's the more traditional security issues like navies and things like that take up a lot of the space. But these questions are so important for our global future, both in terms of just our existence, but also in terms of bringing peace. So those are kind of my two main points that I think are just really positive themes that we can take away from these presentations. And so then turning to the individual presentations and some of my questions, and obviously you don't have to answer all these. They were just questions that I thought of when I was hearing you speak. So first, Ms. Wu, I'm already familiar a little bit with that project, and I just think it's great. It's so important, and so I'm just really happy to hear that you've successfully, done this work for skipjack tuna. And you talked a little bit about the next steps. And I'm curious if you're thinking at all about, what maybe fish stock you might want to do next, or have you discussed, maybe any area-based management tools like marine protected areas, or maybe protecting some spawning areas in the South China Sea. So I was just kind of wondering, what kind of areas more concretely you might be interested in working on next. I was also curious if you've had any interaction with the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, as this project has gone on, because they manage a lot of the tuna stocks in the Western and Central Pacific Ocean. So yeah, I was just wondering if there's any collaboration there. And then finally, I was wondering, in the course of doing this project, did any of the scientists have any disagreements about any of the findings? And if so, how were those resolved? Like, are there any, I'm thinking about this too, because I know you have a background as a negotiator. And so, were there any lessons learned about, how to do something like this successfully, if there's maybe a difference of opinion or, something like that. Okay, so turning to Commander Ang's presentation on the Indian Ocean Rim Association, I learned a lot from this too. I thought that was a great presentation. Also, by the way, I was in Kuala Lumpur about a month ago, and the food there is so good. So nice to see Malaysian counterparts again. The questions I had were, so I was wondering, so you talked a little bit about ASEAN, and I was wondering if you were thinking about this model being hosted by an organization like ASEAN or a different organization, or should there be a new organization that would do something like this? Because I mean, I think anybody who is familiar with Asian environmental issues, there's so many different organizations that already exist, and there's problems coordinating those organizations. So I was wondering how you thought this could be brought to life. And then second, I had another question about, so you talked about all the different aspects of blue economy, and I actually went to the website when I saw what you were talking about to learn more about the organization. And they had also mentioned at one point marine biotechnology and tourism. And I was just kind of wondering if they decided to not emphasize those areas anymore as part of the blue economy. I'm just curious. And then I also noticed when I was on the website that they have an Indian Ocean blue carbon hub, which I thought was really interesting, especially because I know, for the Chinese side, there's been a lot of discussion about developing blue carbon more. And I think across the world, and there was actually a presentation from the Japan-based scholar yesterday about blue carbon in Japan. So I thought that was really interesting. I just thought I would flag that. And then finally, given that you're
马老师，时间到。
好，
你简单再说几句啊。
I was wondering if you had any thoughts on sustainable ports and shipping. Okay, let me go really fast. Okay, 我还可以有2分钟吗？
你说吧。
好，
对，3分钟可以说3分钟，说3分钟。
好，谢谢。
对，你加快速度，说3分钟。
I didn't think I would have enough to say. Okay, so I'll go really fast. So Dr. Papatanachai, I don't know if I said that right. I learned a lot from your analysis on international agreements on plastics. I was wondering if you know of any successful local models with, like local laws or regulations or initiatives to deal with this, to deal with the plastics issue while we wait for the international agreement. And I was also wondering if you had any thoughts about private sector solutions to the plastics issue. And here in Seattle, we have these they're not real plastic, they're made out of plants, and we can just compost them. So I was wondering if there's any thoughts you had on that. And then for Dr. Tang, I was wondering, I learned a lot from that presentation too. What are the environmental implications of extending EEZs to the limits of continental shelves? And if those submissions are approved, will it mean that states manage their resources better or not? Or would it be better under, like a BB&J arrangement? And then finally, Professor Chin, also learned a lot from your presentation. And I guess my 2 questions are, how does this coordinating land and sea approach, which is really important because so much of the marine pollution comes from the land, how does it fit into China's pretty advanced work on marine functional zoning? And then my last question was, do you have any thoughts about the Convention on Biological Diversity, the meeting this December that China is hosting, and anything we might see there in terms of news? Okay, sorry I took so much time. Thank you very much.
好，谢谢马碧山教授。马碧山教授还提了几个问题，到时候，如果还在线的话，到时候可以讨论的过程中可以回答。那么下面请李群教授呢是增改国号自由贸易港法律研究中心主任，也是我们这个海南的著名的法律专家。
谢谢秘书长。刚才2位点评嘉宾已经就每一个讲者做了非常专业的讲评，我在这儿就不对每一个人做点评了。 我注意到今天的讲者，一大部分是来自于法律界和法学界的，因此他们讲的是非常严谨，非常专业，也非常专注。我认为这是非常好的一个论坛。我结合他们的讲，我在思考一个问题。不管每一个学者从哪一个专业的角度和技术的角度谈了自身的专业的方向和专业研究的领域，但我后来把他们所有的关注串起来，我发现就是一个问题，就建立一个全球的政策体系啊。因此我都认为我们今天论坛的如果能形成一种共识，或能有一种收获的话，就是说我们能不能在这个领域，蓝色伙伴这个领域的全球政策体系达成一种共识。正好秘书长在这儿，我认为这是中国的一种担当，也是我们应该关注的一个领域。我个人认为呢，可能大概我刚才想了一下，大概有10个政策体系中的有10个组成部分。第一个部分就是说国别、区域和全球的政策啊。首先从国别开始，之后到区域，之后来讲到全球啊。我认为这是一个政策。第二个政策就产业政策。今天所有的学者都谈到了在蓝色伙伴中的产业发展，我认为第二个我们必须要关注产业政策。所谓的产业政策，对于我们中国人来讲，理解就是说鼓励什么、限制什么、许可什么和禁止什么。因此我就说这个产业政策对我们是非常非常重要的。第三个政策就是说技术政策。今天听了所有的专家在谈到海洋开发和海洋利用的时候，都谈到了高新技术啊，新技术的突破和技术形成这种技术体系。我认为这是非常难得的啊。那我就认为未来的蓝色伙伴的技术政策是怎么去规划，怎么去叫规范，我认为是非常重要的。第4个政策，生态政策。每一个学者在谈到海洋的时候，把海洋保护、把生态的保护都放在最高的位置上。我认为这是非常非常难得的，是吧？我们开发海洋、利用海洋，不是在破坏海洋。我们希望我们的子孙后代也能看到湛蓝的海、丰富的海、和平的海。那从这个角度来讲，我认为第4个政策就是生态政策。第5个政策就是人文政策啊，人文政策。不管今天谈到了很多这种不同地域的不同海域的这种跟人有关的这些生命，或者说我认为从这个角度来讲，我认为关注一个人文政策的问题，这是第5个政策。第6个政策，责任政策啊，责任政策。你看每一个学者都谈到了个人的责任，一个团体的责任，一个社会的责任，一个国家的责任。我认为来讲，这是真的来讲，我听起来这非常感觉到这种责任政策贯穿了所有讲者的始终。这是第6个政策。第7个政策是什么呢？就是气候政策啊，气候政策是吧？我原先我在想，这个为什么谈海洋，很多人都会谈到气候，是吧？尤其中国提出碳中和呀，我们讲的这个碳达峰啊等等这一方面，我都认为这个气候政策恐怕是我们蓝色伙伴关系不能不关注的一个政策啊。第8个政策，发展政策啊，发展政策，所有的学者都谈到了发展，没有任何一个学者没谈到发展的。我一直在那个做标记啊。这5个学者每一个人都谈到了发展的问题。第9个政策，协同政策。所谓协同来讲，区域协同、国家协同、组织协同、海域协同、专业协同。最后一个政策，合规政策啊，合规政策。尤其合规，尤其我们国内的学者，尤其武大那位教授啊，在他谈到的时候，一直强调国内法。但是他一直强调这个合规这个体系的建立。因此我就说呀，当我们在考虑跨地域的、跨法域啊，因为这个我刚才讲那个政策体系，它是跨地域的、跨法域的啊。那我认为跨地域、跨法域、超越意识形态的这样一个政策体系的建立，我相信 是我们下一步工作的一个重点啊，也是我们的一个出发点和归宿点。我也是一位法律人啊，我很高兴的今天听到了来自世界各地法律人的这个呼声和要求。同时我也看到许多的海洋这方面的专家，他们的法律意识、法学意识非常厚重，这是非常欣慰的啊！祝我们这个论坛取得了真正的成功，收获非常大。谢谢秘书长，谢谢每一位坚持到最后的人，谢谢。
谢谢李全教授。这个李全这个大法律学家，这站在联合国的角度，要把蓝色伙伴关系要建立一个全球体系，全球政策体系，提了这个10点的想法，我觉得非常的好。这个难得你能站这么高，这个最起码比我站得高，我还没想到这伙伴关系真的是中国提出来的，建这么一个体系，非常的好。我们今年在第2届联合国海洋发展大会上，自然资源部已经提出了建立蓝色伙伴关系的16条原则。这4条的原则呢，应该是大部分的涵盖了这个刚才咱们李全教授所说的这些东西，但是呢，他们也形成一个法律的站在全球这个角度的这个东西。对，我们来继续努力，到时候你来深度参与这个事。对，好，谢谢。那么下面呢，请我们最后一位评论专家朱正光。朱正光老师啊，是世界自然基金会北京代表处海洋政策经理，这是一个年轻的老海洋环境专家，是不是啊？请你。
谢谢潘司长。我在海洋局，潘司长在海洋局当海域司司长的时候，我那时候在海洋局当主任科员，所以说见到老领，谢谢老领导给我这个机会。刚才主持人提醒我说那个时间不多了，我在想啊，我不是一个科学家，我算一个业内从业者。我从2008年从农业农村部渔业渔政局到国家海洋局，到中国海警局，到 UNDP 黄海大海洋生态项目，到我们今天的南海研究院的这个研讨会，我在想，我利用8分钟的时间，给大家分享一下一个就是海洋保护渔业保护的从业者的一个观察和我对今天的一个会议的一个感受。我非常感谢南海研究院给的这次机会，因为我作为世界自然基金会的代表，也非常希望能下一步和南海研究院进行深度的合作。我刚刚提到了，我基本上我有个外号他们叫我黄争光，就是基本上把在中央所有的涉海部门都干黄了。渔业渔政局，然后中国海警局，包括我们的国家海洋局，潘司长也在这儿。但是呢，从政策制定者的这些角度呢，我觉得，我们在这里谈蓝色伙伴关系和渔业的发展，我觉得有一个特别我们想做的，就是说我们要把所有的人聚集起来，然后一起行动。就是说我们自己有个口号叫 Together Possible， 我们一起行动。因为我觉得这一点，我们在开幕式上。我们中国国际交流中心的张业生老师他也提到了，就是我们讨论了很多的政策，给出了很多的方案，但是呢，我们更需要一些行动，把所有的企业家把联合起来，给出一些方案，同时聚集公众，然后做一些环境的教育，然后来进行一起的改变。我觉得张老师在开幕式上已经给出了一个答案。今天我觉得我简单的对今天的那个所有的演讲者做一个点评，因为吴老师的这个活动，包括前一段时间和 HD 就是我们的新加坡的老师，我也参加了他对监鱼的探索。其实这个工作是相当不容易的，要相当有勇气的，因为在南海，我们找的科学家要有代表性，要像戴珊老师说的，要找到鱼群的育幼区，包括保护区做一些工作是非常难的，包括它的迁徙路线。所以说，我觉得 HD 啊，包括在这里面做的是一个探索性的工作，尽管在科学代表性和科学家层面需要有进一步的提高。我知道他们在前期找了广东海洋大学的老师，包括 包括其他上海海洋大学的老师，我觉得这个代表性，包括科学的，因为我们的 HD 的同事也提到了叫 sound science based， 就是我们要有科学性的依据，这是下一步我觉得也是 HD 下一步可能要做的。然后我顺便说一下，戴珊老师也提到了我们那个中西太平洋和西南印度洋，这也是我现在正在做的一些工作，就是在西南印度洋、南非、马达加斯加、莫桑比克、坦桑尼亚这几个国家进行黄鳍金枪鱼的保护，同时在中西太平洋也是针对金枪鱼的一个保护，和这2个区域性的渔业组织，包括沿岸的国家一起通过做项目来改进渔业资源的养护。这也是我就是这2年做的最主要的工作。时间关系我就不展开了。然后我们印度洋协会也提到了，他提到了一个专门的机构，就是我们印度洋协会的叫 Professor 洪正教授吧。他提到了就是一个渔业的支持单位，重点的他们协会有两个机构，我很感兴趣，一个是渔业的支持单位，还有一个区域科技转让中心。我觉得这能抓住我们蓝色经济的一个核心。潘司长在这儿，我们他给我说过很多次，就是说你牛不牛啊，还是你能不能把我们的渔业的科技能不能转化给中国来，或者我们带到非洲的沿岸5国去。我觉得这也是我们这次20大包括海洋强国的一个重点的嘛，我们要自己的核心的东西。这是我对他的这个印象比较深的。他同时也提到了 IUU， 这里面我重点说一下，也是我们就是预防、制止和消除非法不管制的捕捞。我们今年前2天在舟山开了一个会，就是对于港口国措施协定就 PSMA， 召集了全国40位顶尖的海洋渔业领域的专家在线下齐聚舟山，就针对非法管制捕捞的港口的方面做一点一点的改进，然后也邀请了农业农村部的主管部门领导。所以说我觉得这个我们也愿意跟印度洋协会一起看看能不能在渔业方面做一些一起的工作。我们纳鹏的教授他提出了塑料公约的热点问题，然后我们包括我现在的单位世界自然基金会也积极的参与，包括我们如果你们了解我们单位的话，我们设计了很多的公众的环境的活动，包括竞速自然的项目。我们通过一些做项目，通过做一些活动，在凤凰卫视，在一些高大上的场合来呼吁普通的民众做一些改变。唐勇老师也是我们海洋局2所的资深专家了，然后他也举办了一些科学上的会议。我相信我们下一步和我们作为 NGO 或国际非政府组织能和科学家的机构，我注意到他的重点的关注区域。强项的区域也是在西南印度洋5国的区域，就刚刚我提到的 Southwest Indian Ocean。所以说我觉得这个下一步我们在做 Yellowfin， 就是在做黄鳍金枪鱼战略的时候，可能和它的那个结合点还是非常多的。还有一个就是秦天宝老师，因为潘司长刚刚说了他的实践经验更多，我就不对潘司长这个环节做评论了。所以我最后呢，我大概花1分钟，我觉得我大概提出我的一些我的几个想法吧。我觉得下一步我们在做海洋渔业可持续的保护工作，我觉得我们要有一个我们说我们引领这个时代，我们现在都是在执行国际项目，然后是在跟随国际项目，然后我们很少能设计出优秀的公共产品。可能昨天郑永年教授也提到了，但是在具体到海洋渔业环境领域，我们可能下一步就不光是执行全球环境基金的项目，我们中国人有没有能力在南海地区设计一个叫 Global GEF 的项目呢？渔业可持续发展的项目呢？我们来邀请雇佣其他国家的科学家一起做这个渔业可持续项目呢？因为我们现在像包括我本人都是一直在打工者的角色，我们下一步能不能设计一些公共的产品？这是我第一个想说的。第二个就是因为本次论坛大家也提到了气候变化。还有可持续渔业，我们今年跟中国海洋大学的一个资深教授泰山学者田永军教授签了一个合同，就是希望能我们也注意到这个气候变化对渔业资源、渔业管理的影响，包括昨天普斯茅斯大学的教授也提到了这个问题。我们现在已经开始行动了，我们就希望在气候变化背景下，能够有什么减缓性的举措，联合主管部门、联合科学家，能给我们提出一些解决的方案，然后我们再做一些行动。这是我们就是已经在考虑下一步在行动上，通过行动来 改进，在行动中再进行修正。还有一个呢，就是第三个我想谈的就是，因为我们很少谈，我们包括瑞士人道主义中心，包括我们的这几个协会，就是说我们就是还需要一个投融资的机制，就是下一步也没我们就包括我们今天泰国教授讲的这个国际塑料铝业的问题，因为它影响到产业。因为我也参与很多渔业谈判，中越渔业谈判我也参与了很多年，包括 CITES 的渔业谈判，就是这中间涉及到产业，涉及到资金，涉及到方方面面，所以说我们可能在这个方面呢，还需要就是说充分调动我刚刚说的企业、民众、基金会大家的积极性，这不是代表团几个人在前面能搞定的。我也参加代表团，在前面写了个高案、中案、低案，其实更多的还是需要我们国内民众的一些改变。因为时间关系，我就不分享。我本来还想给大家分享一下我在韩国仁川期间执行黄海弹药生态系项目的一些，因为这个渔业项目遇到了很多困难和挑战，但是可能今天时间关系就没有机会分享了。我最后呢，就是想再表达一下感谢吧，就是我觉得我们有一句话叫 Together Possible， 就是我们一起努力。我们还是相信能改变的，谢谢我就说那么多，潘司长。
好，谢谢曾官。曾官是一个非常有激情的年轻的科学家，在渔业方面做了非常多的事，现在在国际组织做事，希望你代表中国做更多的公益组织，在世界，谢谢。今天5位专家发言，还有4位评论专家都讲得非常的好，非常的精彩。那么后面呢也提了一些问题，这些问题由于时间关系啊，可能还没法回答了，因为下面接着要总结。那么这些提的这些问题怎么处理呢？我希望秘书处都记下来了，完了回答给这些专家，通过好不好？这样来解决。因为时间不够。那么今天的会议就到此。谢谢各位专家，尤其是谢谢有时差的我们的美国专家，又那么冷。完了又半夜起来听会，那我非常感动，谢谢大家，下次再见，好，谢谢。
感谢主持人，各位发言嘉宾和评论嘉宾，议题期到此结束，请各位来宾移步到隔壁的大宴会厅1参加论坛的闭幕式。By the same link.
各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，2022年海洋合作与治理论坛即将闭幕，请各位就座。2022年海亚南海研究中心、华阳海洋研究中心、中国海洋发展基金会和中国南海研究院联合主办。同时呢，我们的协办方还有清华大学的战略与安全研究中心、厦门大学南海研究院、中美研究中心等协办单位。在这2天的会议当中呢，我们有来自全球20多个国家和地区的超过200余名的专家学者、前政要、外国驻华的使领馆高级官员、国际组织以及涉海部门的代表，通过线上和线下结合的方式出席了本次论坛。另外呢，我们的会议在这次的会议也在国内和国外进行同步的直播。我们在线上注册听会的人次已经超过了6000人次所以会议呢也取得了非常圆满的效果。那么我们的闭幕仪式现在开始。首先有请中国海洋发展基金会副理事长兼秘书长潘新春致辞。
尊敬的里边理事长、吴世成主席，尊敬的各位领导、各位专家朋友们、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。2022年海洋合作与治理论坛的主要议程已经顺利完成，会议取得丰硕成果。一会儿吴世成主席要做会议总结，那么总结后，我们这个会议就结束。现在呢，我受中国海洋发展基金会里边理事长的委托，同时也作为我们参会的代表，对这2天的会议出点感受。一点感受就是2022年海洋合作与治理论坛非常成功，主要表现为：一是国家领导、政事、王毅政治局委员等领导亲自对会议提出要求，并发表视频讲话；二、媒体关注，光明日报等中央媒体及时报道了论坛盛况；三、参会人数踊跃，线上线下，刚才严所长说已经超过6000人次来听会。四是发言者观点鲜明，思想交锋激烈，不少发言者对美国等西方侵犯别国主权、挑拨地区矛盾、唯恐天下不乱的行径进行了严厉谴责。五、会议代表收获颇丰，通过聆听各位发言，了解了大量信息，对研究当下世界局势很有借鉴意义。六、论坛团队组织得力，代表的吃喝住行非常布置，代表座次、线上线下发言衔接、晚宴活动都安排的井井有条、温馨热情。这是第一点感受。第二点感受，海洋秩序与安全问题备受关注，主要表现在：一、关注南海问题，特别是对南海各方行为宣言、岛屿、海域主权争议、油气开采、渔业捕捞等关注更加强烈。二、关注台海问题，特别是对台湾和日本配合美国的行为颇受关注。三、关注中美关系问题，特别是关注西方大国军舰、军机一年数百次横行南海海域和南海领空，挑衅周边国家对抗中国、打台湾牌等，用明目张胆各种下流手段打压中国、污蔑中国、阻止中国发展。四、发言者对中美关系的看法， 大家认为世界局势的走向非常不稳定，那么悲观者有之，乐观者有之，淡定者也有之。在当今天下动荡不安、大国博弈不断加剧、中小国家静观其变的局势下，持这种观点非常正常。大家对南海形势的看法认为，中国希望南海稳定，南海周边国家希望南海稳定，唯独美国希望南海大乱。古人云：得道者多奏，失道者寡奏。美国已经失道寡奏，因此美国的图谋无法得逞。第三就是海洋环境、海洋经济和中外合作应得到论坛正视。世界各国普遍关注海洋生态环境问题，比如说关注海平面上升、捕捞过度、海水酸化、微塑危害、珊瑚礁、红树林、海草床、滨海湿地锐减、生物多样性栖息地遭到大量破坏、沿岸大量向海排放，致海洋大面积被污染、海水富营养化等等，这些都引起各国高度关注和忧虑，我们论坛也应该高度正视。二，发展中国家非常重视海洋经济发展，是正视渔业发展，包括捕捞、养殖、贝类、珍珠、海带、紫菜养殖等等，以及海产品加工与出口。二是正视海洋油气开采，三是正视港口与航运，四是正视海洋旅游发展，五是正视海上风电建设，六是正视海洋研发工业，七是正视海洋药业与海洋生物制品，八是正视海水淡化业，九是正视海洋工程发展、海岸工业发展等等。三，东盟和发展中国家非常重视与中国的合作，一是正视共建“一带一路”，二是正视与构建南中伙伴关系，三是正视中国投资，四是正视与中国开展海上救助、减灾防灾、海洋预报、打击海盗等多方面的合作。近年来，中国在保护海洋环境、开展生态建设、发展海洋经济、实施综合管理、推动中国向外投资等方面有着丰富的实践与经验。发展中国家对中国这些实践与经验很感兴趣。海洋基金会在18个国家实施海上丝路项目时，就深深感觉到他们对学习中国经验的兴趣和渴望。因此建议在海洋合作与治理论坛中加大对海洋环境保护、海洋经济发展、海上丝路建设等内容的关注与重视。以上是我聆听2天的感受，不对之处请批评。那么下面敬请我们德高望重的吴世成主席做会议总结，大家热烈欢迎。
谢谢潘新春理事长，也感谢中国海洋基金会3年以来对全球海洋治理论坛的支持。有请吴世成理事长。
吕斌理事长，这个新春副理事长兼秘书长，女士们、先生们，各位朋友，新春已经把论坛的总结全讲完了，我应该是没话可讲了啊。我想我要对坚持到最后的参会者，在现场的、在线上的朋友们表示敬意。我也经常参会，国内的会议、国际会议，要坚持到最后是不容易的。但是，我的理念是听完每一个人的发言，因为我在国际会议上呢，我的发言或者我做的学术报告，我都要经过很长时间的收集资料、准备和思考。我10分钟的发言，我可能要准备2天， 那么2个小时的学术报告，我可能要准备几天。我想别的学者也是一样，所以他讲10分钟、15分钟，是他花了几天的心血。我用15分钟就可以把他花的几天的学术距离学到手，记在我的心里，我觉得我值得。所以我想在座的朋友能够坚持到现在，我作为主办方之一，看到会场济济一堂，我感到由衷的欣慰。最担心的就是怕没人啊，所以我这2个分会场我在串，那么今天是第2天，人越来越少，有其他客观原因，但是呢，大家能够坚持下来，我觉得就是对我们主办方的最好的尊重，也是对我们付出劳动的一种回报，所以我对大家表示敬意。第二呢，还是要感谢，虽然我在开幕式，在昨天晚上的晚宴上我都表达过了，但是我还是要在会议即将闭幕的时候再次表达我的感谢。王毅中共中央政治局委员、国务委员兼外交部长真的是在百忙之中录制了视频，而且对我们这个论坛具非常高的期待和希望，所以我们也深感责任重大。自然资源部的副部长兼国家海洋局局长王宏，我给他打了电话，说了我的请求，那就是在开幕式举行的前一天晚上，他后来又要确认有关事，又给我打回来电话，后来我很快又给新村秘书长又报告了，我说王部长对这件事非常重视，所以从昨天早上开幕式大家看到视频就可以看得出，在较短时间的录制还配上了字幕，还有其他咱们中国东盟的大使，这个国际海底管理局的这个秘书长 Michael Lodge， 他作为公约框架下的3大机构，他是连续3年给我们来捧场，如果没有疫情，他说他是要亲临会场的，所以对所有视频方式和其他方式对我们论坛表示支持的人，我要向他们表达谢意。外交部杨仁和副市长昨天已经离开了，那种支持和信任也是非常特别的。再一个我需要特别强调的就是中国海洋发展基金会，从去年开始支持论坛，但是他对中国南海研究院的有关项目支持，那么在更早之前就已经开始了。李冰理事长新村副理事长兼秘书长，对我觉得他们是对国家海洋事业的一种情怀，对海南的情怀，对我所从事的事业的信任和支持，这是非常宝贵的。所以我一直提醒自己不要辜负别人对我的信任，所以我也深感责任重大这一趟事业开启了，那么只会越来越重，任务越来越多那么不能辜负每一个人对我的期望和支持。再一个，我想还有海南省的有关方面对华阳海洋研究中心成立的支持，对论坛的支持我就不一一列举了。再一个，我想要特别提的，我这个团队可能在座很多的朋友不知道我这个华阳中心到底有多少人跟我在一起干活。我给大家透露一个秘密，华阳中心10月8号我们从民政厅拿到法人证书，10月10号开设银行账户，到现在不到1个月，这个1个月我们干了3件大事。25号揭牌，同时我们从24号到26号我们举行了第一次一个国内的学术会议， 那贵格新村参加的，人数规模不是很多，但是我们的级别很高，还有正部级的学者，还有3位院士参加了，主题为海洋开发与海南自由贸易港建设的一个学术研讨会，为期2天。这就是这一次国际会议，那么即将闭幕。我的团队这是商业机密，我不能告诉你我有多少全职员工和多少这个兼职员工 full time and part time， 没人能知道，只有我知道。但是我可以告诉大家，我们非常不容易，主要靠兼职。我那次在季末仪式上讲，我有个影子团队，这个团队是什么把我们凝聚在一起？是信念、信心和使命。这种信念，那就是对中国海洋事业的一种信念，对南海研究事业的信念。信心，我们能做好所有的事儿，包括我们现在办的这个论坛。使命，那就是伴随着论坛的脚步，中国的海洋事业，我们一步步的向前走啊，从胜利走向胜利，这就是我们的使命。这就是我的团队，但是我相信在有关方面的支持之下，我们会发展很快。就像我在6月份向我们省委主要领导汇报的时候，我说用3到5年的时间给国家建设一个新型智库，它的体制更新，机制更活，不需要像南海研究一样，我们要花20多年才能走到今天。这个我需要感谢的我们的恢复公司紫海王草，去年我们进行了合作，进行了有效的磨合。今年我没有加以思考，也没有别的选择，这今年仍然让他们的团队继续来干这件事。所以今年大家感受到恢复公司在哪搞不清楚那就是和我们的团队之间的磨合已经做到了无缝对接。你们搞不清楚哪些是华阳的，或者中国南海研究的，哪些是恢复公司的，搞不清楚。我感觉到他是我们的人，他们也可能感觉到把我们视为他们团队的人。所以大家感受到这个团队的基础支撑非常重要这个酒店方面，我的朋友富德集团的总裁潘家德先生，昨天晚上大家见到了，无条件的支持。我说我这个经费有限，会场我们能出多少钱，餐费我们出多少钱，房费，我说我不是说我没钱，我就告诉我有钱，但是我们报销的标准受到限制能报多少是报多少。这一次酒店大家看，我感觉大家从住房呢到餐饮呢，可能我们还有一些同事是住在另外的酒店，据说也不错。餐饮各个方面的，因为海南的疫情，他们前一段时间酒店的客人住客在10%以下，有很多员工都已经离岗了或者辞退了。那在这种情况下，一下子要应对我们这么一个大的活动，他要做多少准备工作，可想而知。所以我要感谢酒店。这个我想需要感谢的我们的同传，有4位老师从北京2号专门飞到这里来，他们专一高质量的翻译，使我们沟通起来非常顺畅而高效。我要再次感谢4位老师的专业的翻译。还有我想去年我在预言明年论坛，所以现在我又同样要说明年的论坛怎么开，什么时候开。去年我是很有信心的说明年论坛我们可以开实体会了。今天我要再说2023年，我觉得应该说我们已经看到了隧道尽头的曙光。我只能说我们一起来祈祷，期待到明年的开实体会。刚才我跟这个理事长讲了，我觉得 从目前的情况来看，肯定会开实体会议，因为我还等不到明年10月份开实体会议，因为明年年初我就有很多事想要做，只有见面才能做的事，所以我相信在国际合作，在我们的有效的抗疫政策的这个指引之下，我们很快能够开这个面对面的国际会议。所以大家在座的很多学者老师是参加国际会议的，我有2年多没有出国了，参加国际会议面对面的交流，茶歇期间端一杯咖啡跟别人交流，开完会以后喝一杯啤酒，放松再去购物，在当时觉得这很正常不奇怪，但是现在看来成为一种奢望，所以希望能够很快进入这么一种状态。再次感谢大家，期待着明年我们能够尽快相聚，谢谢。还有我们的媒体朋友啊，这次做了非常高效有效的这个报道，使得我们这个推荐这个论坛的推荐非常成功，也感谢啊，谢谢。
谢谢吴理事长，感谢各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们的光临。2022年海洋合作与治理论坛正式闭幕，祝各位返程顺利，我们明年3亚再见。